Good morning. Time to get this show on the road. So let's do a little bit more of arting, and then we'll get back to implementing shit. Maybe putting some of the art in the game, actually. That wouldn't be too bad. Hua, hua, hua. What's up, Mind Rage? Ready for a full day of frickin' game dev and stuff? Pogo! How you doing? Spias! The jam is going well so far, but we're still like so early in the game. So or in the jam maybe. I'm kind of closing off the first half of the year with a little bit of a jam, just to treat myself. I know it's probably a bad idea. No need to mention it. But I'm having fun and I don't care that much. Something like I think the B is too thick. The E is too thick. Cats are the best, for sure. What do you have in mind, Mind Rage? What do you fancy? I don't think I like velvet robes. Maybe it should just be robes and... Yeah, we're the polar opposites, you and me, Spies. I think you will be the successful one in the long run, at least. Dedication and like, I mean, OCD is not great, maybe, but just being able to stick to something for a while. I was super proud of being just like when I made Helsa the Demons, I stuck to that pretty well. For the most part, I had just a few little things, but I always came back to it and I finished it. Yeah, but it's like I'm saying, I was really proud of that, but it seems to be the outlier. But maybe like the idea, the actual honest idea with this is to kind of practice finishing stuff, practice scope control and all that. And maybe not get stuck noodling on graphics for several days. but better to do some of that now maybe than to actually have to go back and change things later. I think a lot of like I kind of lost I lost track there what I was gonna say. I don't even remember now. Early in the morning, I continued my try with a little bit of running as part of my morning walk. It's been pretty working okay. Like I haven't been running for like 10 years or something. So it definitely is. I mean, I can feel my thighs right now. They're yeah. It's kind of nasty. It hurts. Oh yeah, you broke your foot. Ah, shit. Did you like take a fall or did you just step? What do you say like when you twist your ankle? Cows of Fate. I see what you're saying. Mind Rage with dungeonish roguelike. Do it. Let's trade notes afterwards. But I hear you have 2 weeks, so I'm pixel art typography is kind of hard. No joke. Stepped and rolled the ankles. Is that? Oh shit, that sucks. Yeah, I've done that a lot. Like not by running, but yeah, since being as heavy as I am and not having super strong ankles, is not a good combination. Plus my toes are fucked up, so which is like the main reason I'm trying to lose weight. Like I can't keep torturing my body in this kind of way. Gotta drop a few. But yeah, so I've done that a lot, and it usually takes a good week to get back. But did you actually break the foot? Yeah, I do a little bit of both. So in terms of like intermittent fasting, this week I skipped breakfast. I ate 3 eggs for lunch, and then I eat an actual meal for in the afternoons. I do think, like, I don't know if these things work for everyone, but most of the things I've tried hasn't worked that well for me. Like, and yes, like, it is not that beneficial to do any kind of training. Like I have as easy as I have it, like putting on fat. I also build muscle pretty well. So whenever I start doing that, I actually gain weight. And I need to, like, for the sake of my knees and my feet, I actually need to lose weight. I don't need to gain muscle, even though like muscle is better in many ways, especially if it stabilizes around my joints. But yeah, but so I try to keep pretty low calorie intake right now. It's been working on and off, I would say. Okay, I need to stop fiddling with this. I need to get on with some actual graphics. We'll have to revisit this later and see if we can tune it up. I think I need another word than velvet. Sugar has benefit. It's really good. But yeah, I have very little sugar in my diet anyway. Like, you talk to people and they see me weighing, today I weigh 126.4.3 or something. I started out at 137 or thereabouts. So I've that first measurement wasn't that accurate, I guess, but let's say I've lost about 10 kilos in the last 3 months. But when I talk to people, they just generally assume I drink like lots of soda, and I do. Like I don't have a terrible what should I say? I don't have a terrible diet or lifestyle or anything. I walk every day. Usually the last couple of months I've been walking like a couple of times a day. It's just hard, like when I'm 39 too. It is kind of hard to lose weight, and you put on weight really really quickly. Like if I slip up one day and I have like 2 full meals, I gain 2 kilos or something. It's crazy. I'm 180, some like 182, 183. So I'm not that tall, but I guess taller than average. But I've always been heavy. But I'm starting to really grow tired of the freaking eggs. It's been working. Like I haven't had any problems eating eggs. I like it. I will eat some eggs for lunch, and I will like it. But I'm starting to get like, oh shit, I want something else. That is one of the potential issues. I gotta find something else that I can eat. Something with a little bit of crunch would be good. Like, yeah. Salads. Cabbage. Yeah. I really want to like be able to eat bread. Maybe not on the daily, but like at least on the weekends without shooting up. Like one of my favorite things is going down to like the store, buy a freshly baked loaf of bread, and have that with some nice toppings. Oh, that's so good. Hey, someone talks about pixel art. I learned by just doing it. It's not. There's no big secret. So, in general, I like the way this is going. It would be cool if I had a little bit more, like, get the walls in there so we can kind of get a little bit more finished feel of how the arena will look. Maybe add a few more little things. Such a boring shape. That's better. That doesn't quite work. Also, like the virtual, the relative size between the resolution and the can you go back there? Thank you. I think if the blue part was the screen, the character would be roughly that size, so that's pretty good. I will have a slight like perspective to it. I keep coming back to the friggin' logo. It's my old graphic design roots showing, I guess. Or at least it's what's bothering me. I like they're not even. They look terrible. I can show you the game. We started yesterday with Blank Slate, and it currently consists of cubes of different sorts. You can kind of we have a set of spells, so you can shoot and you can like do that. Dash thing, which is like takes a little time to charge up. Oh, this is Unity, so it's C#. The general idea of the game is pretty much you buy different spells and then you combine them into some build, and maybe you have some blessings and some curses, and then there's this economy game between there. I gotta maybe add some iframes or something. But yeah, so it's got most of the building blocks in there. The next step would be to get the economy and equip different spells and add more spells. We only have 3 right now. The jump over. I think also a teleport would be a pretty good upgrade. I'm thinking of having like the dash. So the idea, I don't know if I will have time, but the idea is that every spell will have 3 levels. So the projectile might be like level 1 is 1, and then maybe you have more projectiles or faster. Or maybe it becomes a spread shot at level 3 or something, and then maybe the dash is a dash, and then it becomes a teleport towards the end. So you can kind of level up your stuff in that way. So shall we stop fiddling around and try to get some kind of sprite sheet going? What do you say? How big will it be? 256, 256? Is that too small? I think this will be good. I'm a moron. Shouldn't have copied the background. Player up here. We probably should remove some of the spells, so those will come through spells, I guess. Let's have player and then a bunch of enemies. My kid is up. He's playing it sounds like Breath of the Wild. Good kid. Probably gonna need a few animation frames, and we definitely should not bake the shadow into the sprite. Let's get rid of those. Let's also add like little corpse thingies to every I probably want to do something like I don't know. Should we just improvise a few animation frames? I think they should have very limited animation just because of the time. Just be like this. It's jumping forward, and maybe I'll do a little bit of wiggling on them in the Unity Unity animator. We'll see. I'll not even use a tile map or anything, so I can just put shit in here. Same here. It's like 3 frames, one, and it kind of jumps, so it stretches. Wondering also if this one should like just billboarded sprites. Nah. Then we're gonna have some kind of shadow, and I was thinking to put we have a billboarded sprite that's sort of facing the camera, and then we'll have like perpendicular to that the shadow plane, so we can actually make the shadow plane a little bit like let's put it somewhere around here. Something like this. And we can just scale it. Maybe we'll have another version that's slightly bigger. One that's slightly smaller, I guess. It would be nice if this guy had a smaller shadow when it was higher up, so we can sheet like that. Let's take out the maybe separate the hand from I'll have to do some cool. Oh, should that have been over there? Yes. I find it weirdly. I find it easier to talk and code at the same time. Pixel art or any kind of art doesn't kind of translate as well to the spoken word. So maybe it isn't that weird, but anyway, I thought that was interesting. Let's have like one animation frame or something where we just push the sprite up and put the feet together or something. Maybe a little. Can do a lot with the sprite later on. I kind of like the idea of having the sprite let's say maybe it's floating, it's like standing, and then when you're moving it kind of pulls in its legs and kind of goes in that kind of fashion. This is just Photoshop. I do have a sprite and pixel edit too, but I mostly just do Photoshop because that's where I feel most confident and comfortable. I wonder how many times I've animated this kind of bat, skull bat. Quite a few, I'd reckon. My thighs! Come on. I'm using the grid to kind of indicate where the ground is. Probably okay. So it's like doing that and then up and then flap down. So this is where let's not get stuck on this. This is good. It's good enough. We will flip the sprites left and right when you're turning, and then I was thinking of making like a the back version of this. That might have something other. Should be standing on the ground, shouldn't I? It's probably good enough, or no, it's probably not good enough, but it's probably like enough to get started, I should say. So this gives us 8 animations, or rather, yeah, I don't exactly know. We'll see. We'll see. Other projectiles, I think they're good. Pretty cool. Let's see if we can get these in the game somehow. It's called a sprite sheet. Okay. Before we do this, let's see if we can get a commit going. Where's my, here is my fork. See here, 1 week game. We have like the heal spell and stuff. Let's commit this. I'm gonna do this, I think. Just get this in there. Oh, wait. I forgot one thing. Can I amend that commit and forget the sprite sheet? Doesn't matter, but yeah. Cool. So now we're gonna have to add a package, I think, since I started with the 3D base template thing. So you gotta have like the sprite editor and stuff. 2D sprite, I think, is the one. Boop, boop, boop. Textures, sprite sheet, sprite 2D and UI, multiple. I would say 16 pixels per unit is my go-to. Should be relatively correct. And then we want to have point filtering, and default should be no compression. Alpha is transparency, matte doesn't matter. Perfect. So we just slice it up. Let's start with the character. Do we want to do outline shader? If we do, we will... Yeah, let's see. So... That's about right. So let's call this like layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, and layer 4. Let's do pixels here. Put it at the corner. Let's call this right hand 1. Duplicate. Annoying that you can't, like, in a good way, rename multiple sprites in Unity. Then we get into these guys. Oh, we forgot the book. Doesn't matter what they're named, it just so I have some sense of what's going on. Duplicate. So I want to make sure we have a consistent point there. Yep. On a pixel corner, nice. I'm tempted to say thanks, Winter. Thinking about soda? Yeah, I didn't catch it. I'm what should I say? I'm way too scared of people's reactions to Hellas of the Demons right now. I just try to not engage. It's a pity, like most people have been very nice. Let's try to have the pivot. Yeah, it's good enough. So you could see me getting bored with getting the correct naming for these. Let's do that at some other point. Oh, we have a lot more. We need to get the shadows and the projectile and stuff, but yeah, shadows are probably the most pressing ones. At least we can name. Oh, of course. Not everyone likes a retro pixel shooter that's pretty hard. But it's not that they're bad. It's kind of weird. I'm not sure why it's such a thing. So how do we actually make animation system or use the Unity animation system? It would be easier to do like some kind of bubbling animation if we did that, but it would also be nice to not have to bother. So my thinking is hiding the body and adding a sprite. Getting my player in there. Doesn't that look like my... Oh wait. No, it doesn't look like its pivot is in the right place. Didn't I put the pivot? I didn't. So let's just put the pivots at the center and hope these are... they're not. Make sure they're all... No, they are. Okay, cool. So you can see this is not gonna look that good because of the camera angle. We could fix it a little bit by just tilting the camera, but even with this, like, it's not the greatest. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about, Winter. Look at the code. Looks like, is this C#? And they're using oh, I see. Yeah. Blasphemy. So I have a couple of tricks that I use sometimes. So I'll put a new folder in here called effects, and then in effects we'll have a copy camera. Wait, I need to have not spaces. Camera rotation.cs. Make it a mono behavior. And then in the update method, we will, or late update, I think, we will take the camera rotation. So transform.rotation equals camera main transform rotation. This will make the sprites face the camera regardless of rotation, like parent rotations. Let's see if this works. Yeah, so now even though the actual sprite is actually like rotating, my character is now facing the camera in a slightly more, like if I were to do that, you could see it's like leaning quite a bit now, right? Should we call this body and then have hands parented to it? Yeah, let's do that. And then copy this, put the hands inside, switch out the sprites, and the left hand. Yeah, sure. Let's start with the left hand. Copy it, make it the right hand. Call this one left hand. This one will be right hand. Just use the non-fiery one for a bit. You can put them slightly in front. Get some free parallax. Pixel art purists will hate us. That's fine. Thanks. Another thing we could do is say, let's try smoothing this rotation. So we do like quaternion slurp, I guess. And then we do transform rotation. Oh, transform rotation. Some pretty high value, just so we get some motion in there. I just want to see how it looks. Yo, Jakey, man. Cool. So now we want to swap sprites depending on which direction you're looking. I kind of didn't like the lerping, so let's get rid of this. It looked weird, but it does look a little bit stiff. But it might be that we just add a little bit of something else. So I'm thinking to have a player animator in here in the player. So player animator CS. Mono behavior, well, let's tab into Unity to kind of get this going. And then we have public sprite renderer body. And then we have an update method. And then we will also have, why doesn't my enter key work? It's annoying. We will have a reference to the aim action. Which we will reference in on enable. Aim equals what should aim be equals? Get component Aim action. And then we will switch out the sprites depending on which direction we're looking. Why didn't I get like IntelliSense in this one? So we can calculate an aim delta to get the direction. So aim dot target or position. Okay, maybe I didn't expose the internal, so position minus transform dot position. That should be aiming in. Give us an X and C values that are aiming in different directions. So let's I'm thinking something like this. We can have an array of sprites. Up. This is referring to which direction the character is looking, if it's forward or if it's back. And then we will do some different things. So our body sprite will switch between, we'll start with, depending on which way we're looking. Let's have the body dot sprite be if delta dot z is larger than 0, then we pick. So that's pointing in towards it, like into the screen. That would be the forward body sprite. So let's pick the 0th one, and then we'll animate it at some other point. Back body sprites 0. That's forwards and back. Now we need to flip I need to flip things, and we do that by scaling x to -1. So flip root dot local scale is new vector 3, and it's gonna be like a 1 1 1 situation to start with, and then we'll flip this depending on delta dot x is less than 0. Then we'll flip it, so we will say this then become -1, and otherwise it's 1. But I wonder how it will work with. Oh, this will be interesting. The idea is that it should flip the book too, but we should probably flip the book sprites and stuff. Player animator. Let's hook everything up. We'll need the body to be the body and the flip root, and then forward body sprites. We'll have 2. Let's be like forward is the one where we see the back, and the back is where we see the front, intuitively enough. Like this. So let's see if what happens. So now we can kind of have the character turn towards where we're looking in a way. Let's add a little bit of wiggle to things. So that's an easy way of just adding some hello maybe 2 times 0. Oh, that's not a 0. 0.5 plus 0.5. And then multiply that by 1 or whatever. We need to add this value, add 1 to the value, and then we have like 15%. Okay, so absolutely nothing is happening. Why? Am I... delta time. Time. A little bit slow. 5 maybe, and then to be extra cool, we put this in the COS version of this. Let's actually do this. Let's call this local. Name this breathe, and then we multiply whatever comes out of this with the negative version of that times minus breathe. Times 0.15. We could just use plus. Yeah, we don't need. We could have done that. Yep. In theory, this should make it squash and stretch a little bit. Bring a little bit of life to it. I do feel to some degree that the flipping with the book feels unnatural, so we could try another approach where we don't flip the sprite. Keep this row around. So we just set this to breathe. And then instead we do flipping of just the body sprite. Body dot sprite. No, dotted dot. What the heck? Here we go. So now we're flipping the sprite. Just the sprite. See if that feels more natural. I would say so, but we need to flip. We need to make another version of the book sprite, I think. So. What the other aiming? Oh, yes, the actual rotation. It's just a spinning cube. So the thing I'm doing here is I'm measuring how far the character moves and incrementing an animation thing. Actually, I want that to be in here because I need to. Okay, so with some luck, we should get a little bit of actual frame-based animation too now, according to movement. I was actually surprisingly close to. You can see it happen, right? It's not too bad. It's not the best animation, but it kind of works. Let's see. So let's also take the hands into account and do a little bit of waving on those too. So let's have left hand and right hand, and now the problem is that those will not be at like origin. So we need to keep track of their base position. So left hand position, base position, I guess, and right hand base position. And there will be the local versions of this. So local. Like this, and then we will have I guess we can use the breathe, or let's call this like hand wave or something, and then we'll have a slightly different I don't know if that's a good idea, but we'll see. So left hand dot transform dot local position is gonna be left hand base position plus vector 3 up times hand wave, and the right one will be the same. The question is, they should only move with a lower intensity, I think, like 0.125. That's my guess. Because they're also going to be moving a little bit with the waving. This is all to just give a little bit more life to the main character. I forgot a bunch of things. Left hand, right hand. Pretty good. I wanted it to be slightly more from above. Cool. So let's see if we can get one of the shadows in underneath the player too. Shadow. Maybe this one. And then rotate it 90 degrees. And then just offset it slightly. It might be that this one should be wider. I don't know yet. And it definitely should be like lower in the draw order. Okay, it looks weird. It should be pulled back, potentially not be scaled like that. So let's try this. Okay, cool. So the background, the ground plane, I have that as a pretty pure blue in my experiments. Oh, right. The shadow kind of turns, of course. Let's make the shadow a shadow of the body instead. Now you can see how terrible the feet animation is. There's something going on with something. So it's... looks like it disappears. Oh, I know why. Because it's trying to face the camera because it's inside of the body, of course. I've tried it, but not to any great extent. I'm gonna do a thing now, rotation, and I'm gonna put the projectile source inside of the rotation, and I'm gonna change my aim script to not rotate the entire character, but just the rotation. So rotation root. I hope I don't have too many things. That are dependent on the transform forward. I don't think I do. I mean, the music for Hellas of the Demons is pretty good. It's a pretty cool thing. Oh, I forgot, of course, to hook things up because that's the only thing I do. Forgetting things. Aim, rotation root. Here we go. So now I can still throw my projectiles in different directions. My character is moving. It's got a little bit of life to it. I think, like, spontaneously that maybe I want the camera to be slightly further in. Maybe something like this. Not really. Yeah, arms should move with the shots. This is a little bit too far in. So I started at 40, went to 25. Let's split the difference and go to 30. And we should have a slightly darker color. Just for it almost feels like that Commodore 64 background color. Maybe it's a little bit more saturated than that. This is pretty good. Now I want a slightly smaller arena. Geometry. I'll just scale that. I'll scale the spawn points too. So we have something like this. A little wider. Here we go. I wanted to have it at 16 by 9. Maybe it's a tiny bit too big. I want most of it to be, nah, this is gonna work. But it's also gonna be really hard. So let's turn on the arena again and maybe modify it so it's not that rock hard anymore. 3 spawns. We're gonna have to make that system too. Ooh. Yeah, it's more the blue screen of death color. Maybe. You can see another thing that's interesting here. You can kind of... the cost bar and the health bar are not moving with the body's rotation, so they look weird. Let's move those. It works. It also looks like I am doing one of the, like the dash seems to be always going in the wrong, well, not in the wrong direction, but in a direction. So spells not transform forward, but spells dot aim dot projectile source forward. I could use that, like the official Swedish mage game. It's pretty ugly, this game. I'm not gonna lie. Whereas Shadow is also not like properly in there. Can I can do that. I think I'm not gonna keep strict to things like not having transparency and stuff. What am I hitting? Why didn't the... Oh, I was standing too close to the wall. That's why. This is an annoyance that we gotta figure out. When you're standing close to the wall, you kind of hit the projectiles hit the wall in a bad way. Also here, you can see me running behind some boxes, which are dead enemies. Okay, so let's see if we can make one of the enemies get a better body. I think they will have a transform forward thing. Let's see if we can maybe do something with that. We'll see. I'm thinking just hiding this body for once and then adding another body, which is gonna have the sprite of one of the enemies, maybe this guy, and then the copy camera rotation on there. The health bar goes inside. It needs a shadow. Should, let's say, somewhere around 50%. Shadow should also be like -1 in terms of render depth. And their corpses need to be swapped out for also for sprites. I think I only have this one, which is fine. No. Copy camera rotation. So also having sprites here enables one thing, and that is that we can actually, if we create a shader or use another shader for the sprites, we can flash them when we take damage, and that is gonna give us a lot more feeling of juice. So we're gonna have a sprites shader, or sprites material, which I think we can just use the cutout shader. So let's try it on this guy. Here we go. So this sprite shader will I guess what we want to do is get rid of all the lighting on it. So maybe we can't do it because this is gonna miscolor it. So maybe we should just make our own little shader that's taking an emission into account. That will be super quick. So let's do that. Material, no, not material. We need a folder for shaders. Shaders. New shader, unlit shader, sprite shader. And then we have main text, and then we will have, should we do emission or should we do, yeah, yes, let's do emission. I think you do it like this. And then equals, I never remember this syntax here. Is it like that? Just see what it tells me in the, no, parse error, syntax error. Is it like that? Yep. Opaque. But we want to clip our fragment shader on. We do like, we don't need fog. You do clip and then you do 1 minus or 0.5 minus call.a, I think. And then we want to add to the color just simply the float for emission color. Perfect. This is what we want to add to our, or potentially we want to add it post clipping. So emission color. Oh, it's it's reversed, but does it? Yeah, you can flash. You can do that now. Great. So it should be plus call A. What? I don't think so. Or should it be? I don't remember the... That feels really weird. What? Am I stupid? Is it minus 0.5 plus? For some reason that's how it is. Okay. All right. Sure. And then we can now flash it like this if enemies take damage. So let's create a small little effect for that. We'll call this flash sprite. Mono behavior. We have a on enable. We'll pick out the flash. Oh, how do you do this? Material property blocks or copying the material? Probably material property blocks. So we will need the sprite shader or sprite renderer. And then we need to have like a material property block, MPB, I guess. Sprite renderer equals get component sprite renderer. And then we get the material property block from there. I think you just create a new one. Make it black. Then we have a reference to lost flash, which is a time. Now we can kind of set this property block on the sprite renderer. Set property block, or is it on set property block? It's something like this, and then you can kind of update the property block. Simplest one would be emission color and give it color.white. Let's see if this works. Just put it on the player body. Flash sprite, and we need to make sure we have the correct material here on the player. That would be the sprites material. So it should become white. It's actually... there is a problem here that we're forgetting. Because we need to also make sure we have cull none, I think it's called, or cull off it, probably. Otherwise we'll see the back side of our, or we won't see when the sprite is in the towards the back. I never quite remember this material property block, but it is the right, it's called emission color. Spell the same. We set it to black, then we set the property block. Do we need to do that every frame? Yeah, it works. Now the other part we're forgetting is that we need to clear out the emission color A. think you can do that. I'm not 100% sure. Shader wise, nope. And you can't do that because call is going to be 4. So it's possible that we can do this and be good. No, not that either. Flow. It needs a fixed 4. Wonder if you can do this. No, it needs to be 1 here. Yay, we have a shader. Okay, it's still not working. Why does it turn pure white? Maybe because of this, but I thought the clip would handle that. Why are you like this? Don't be like this. This looks fishy to me, like I don't understand it. It's also this mixing of fixed 4 and float 4. Let's do fixed 4 for emission, and let's do fixed 4 dot emission equals emission color, and then emission dot a equals 0, and then we skip all this bullshit. Just do a normal addition. Oh, the outer row, not RGB, and not emission color, but emission. It's very white. Is it breaking something? It is. If I do this, what happens? It's still pure white. Even though I don't have that used in here at all. But this works, right? Okay, so I got a really square looking mage dude there. This should take it back to that state, and then this should still work, but as soon as I set the material property block, it breaks. Oh, those are so fast now. Okay. Square Wizard. And then I turn this on and my material property block gets broken. Is there something special with the name emission color? Is it when I don't do that? If I don't set that, it doesn't break it at least. No, because I wanted to add to the color. Can't do material set color. Well, we could do material set color, but then it would change all the materials, or we'll make ourselves a copy of the material. Oh, look at this. No, it's fine. Let's consult the internet. Okay, we create a property block and then we get the current value from the property block. Set color and then we set property block. So this is exactly what we're doing. Okay, maybe we are missing this part here where we get the property block every frame. If we do this then, will that work? Yeah. Well. Come on. Okay. Finns det en sån? Okej.
Ja, dina köpfelet säger så här. Hej, har ni tänkt på någon dag som Hugo vill komma ut till Gröna? Då skrev jag att han vill nog alla dagar. Och att vi har ingenting på gång den här veckan mer än vinterdag. Och då skriver Claes, idag till onsdag eller torsdag till fredag. Vilket passar er bäst? Då är det väl nästan... Då är det väl nästan bättre idag till onsdag, eller? För det, man vill väl att han ska vara hemma på torsdag?
Ja. Ja, det är det väl. don't think I have multiple materials. It's just one material. Did I screw something up with my... I don't add emission to it, so that might be it now. Got me. Okay. We got flashing. Now we just need to scale this white here with some alpha. Var alpha equals time since last flash, so time.time minus last flash. So there will be like fade from... It will fade up to white after each hit. Is that true? So we'll do 1f minus this times some value. That's the speed, like a fifth of a second, sixth, a tenth of a second, maybe. And then we just make sure mathf clamp 01 on this. Bool clear is true. If alpha is larger than 0 and yeah, if alpha is larger than 0 or not clear, just so we, that last tick goes in here. If alpha equals 0, since I'm clamping it up there, I think this will work. And then this feels weird, but it will sometimes get... Maybe this isn't that... Never mind that shit. Let's optimize at some other game jam. Optimization jam we can... Love is just a feeling. Oh, this is Owain. This is not what I've on my... I wonder if it's stream safe. I'll be careful. Jakub, I've asked. This should work. So now we can just call a flash function, public void flash, and set last flash to time.time, and then we should be done. So now we can kind of go to our... Where should we put this? Let's make a separate component for this. Yeah, let's call this health flash. It's mono behavior, and then we'll have a list of all the flash sprites we want to trigger when the health goes down. Public flash sprite array flash sprites. Nice. Inside of on enable, we will get health. Modified plus equals it's age and then DI, I think. So we just do for each if di.delta is less than 0. So we're not flashing on heals. Maybe we should, but I don't know. Another color, something. For each, or rather, let's just do this return, and then for each var flash sprite in flash sprites. Flash sprite flash. Probably not KCanon. Unless I do modifications in multiple places. It's good to keep some buffers in if it turns out we need to optimize later. Then we can just comment out one row and then we'll get some performance back. So let's start with the player. Flash, health flash. And then put in flash sprites on the hands too, I think. And then we go put in body, left hand, and right hand. Okay. Give me the hurt. Ow, ow, ow. Worked. So enemies are white, so that's a problem potentially. Put in the health flash here and put in body there. So I wonder if it's gonna be visible enough. Yeah, it's not visible enough. Well, they're not using the right material either, so that could be a problem. Sprites. You can see it a little bit. They also have a distinct lack of rotating towards the player, which makes it look a little bit bad. So I want to add another thing to a hitbox, which is public float invulnerability duration on hit. Set that to 0, and then we will keep track of when we're last damaged. Come on, key. Float lost damage is minus. I can't do that. Minus or float min value. That's a small value. Hello Rob, what's up? Also, yeah. So if invulnerability duration on hit is larger than 0. And time.time minus lost damage is less than invulnerability duration on hit. We can actually return, because we don't want to do the damage. Return. Otherwise, we want to do lost damage equals time.time. So the idea is we just drop any damage coming in like that. So now our hitbox on the player can get that shit. Say we have 1 second of invulnerability. That should make it so that enemies don't like kill us immediately. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Eventually they'll get us, but I think maybe a 0.5 is a good. 0.5. That's pretty good. The goal for today is to have some kind of shop and a few more spells, so we have something to buy. Maybe spells or curses or something. So maybe think of today as the main loop day or something like that. And apparently a little bit of graphics too. Oh, they're so fast. Oop. I think they're too fast. Way too fast. They should be roughly the same speed of the player, but just like ever so slightly faster. Why doesn't Q work? I think I'll just flip the sprite on the enemies, like the chaser enemy. Let's add a reference to public sprite render, and then when we're moving, sprite render dot flip x equals delta normalized, no, delta dot x is enough, is less than 0. Then we flip the sprite. Just gotta set that up inside of the enemy reference here. There is not a splash damage, but I have a little bit of piercing on the character's shots. Now we can put this in there. They're also supposed to be animated and stuff. They're also the wrong way, and I know why, because I drew them like that in here. These need to be flipped. Come in.
Yes.
Hey.
Jag var med dem på min dag och sen säger
Okej. Fint, fint, fint. När då? Yeah, a little bit better. We can also add 2 different public sprite frames, and then we can just do like frame rate increase in here when we're moving. Something like var frame equals 0, and then frame plus equals, it's almost like we did before. Let's just do time. No, let's actually do it the right way. So we will have this value that goes up with time. Call this movement. We can use movement magnitude to increase, and then if it moves 1, we want to have like 3 frame switches. I'm just guessing here. And then our sprite renderer .sprite can be mathf floor to int thank you, frame, and then we do modulo frames length, and then we wrap this all up in the frames. Floor. Sure. Let's just add 2 frames to this. One of them is gonna be this, and the other one is gonna be that. So now they will be animated a little bit too, hopefully. Ah! It's just a tiny bit too fast. It's fine. Still a little bit fast. Go the other way. Gotta get that sound sample in there. That's too slow for sure. It's probably close to 1, it seems like. I did feel like maybe there should be, I don't know, can I do a slight rotation on this? Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I can probably... it's pretty bad. But maybe it's good enough. So they're not moving now. Why are they still animating? It doesn't seem like the magnitude here actually affected the movement speed. I'm a master of this game now. We need some juice. We need some stuff. We also need this to not happen, like when you're close to the wall and your projectiles don't hit. So but it looks like our character is spinning. However, they're switching hands. We should flip when we're looking backwards. We should flip the hands. It looks like. So instead of doing this, we will do it on the other one. So delta dot z is less than 0, or is larger than 0. Then we do 1, otherwise we do -1. -1, maybe, yeah. This will flip the hands, and we can put in some sort of thing. But now the flipping is flipped with the flip. So this flip X should now be different. Should I be just doing this? Will that work? I don't think so. No, it needs to be X. Because now it's just those two and it doesn't care about the X position. So if we're... it should be reversed. So now I can do that, and I can do this. It would be nice if the book kind of... Oh, they got me. In VS Code, I have it set up on Alt up and down arrow. I'm not sure if that's the default binding, but it might be. I have another idea. So the big ones, so the small ones will, let's not do that now. I was thinking to add a way to so I got this piercing that goes through small enemies. Maybe the big ones it shouldn't go through, I was thinking, so that maybe I could add a pierce consumer on the hitbox, so that some hitboxes eat more piercing. Do we care that the big one has a different pixel density than the other ones? Not a whole lot. Get me out. How do you play it, Kill Computers? You doing like a mouse and keyboard, or just the keyboard, or just the controller? Lawrence. Mouse and keyboard is pretty good, I think. That's how I like to play it now. I used to be like arrow keys, up is jump, space is shoot, like way back in the days, and no aiming, like the game was intended from the beginning. That's pretty good. Still, I think, but yeah, mouse, aim, and WASD to move is pretty good to me. Let's see where we are. We are looking for one thing that would be good is a little bit more juice, but we could do this just to be funny. A chunky enemy instead of the normal enemy. Let's make sure it's like 1, 1, 1, and then we increase the size of the character controller instead. Let's just do it through radius. Why doesn't anything happen? It's because I'm not picking the right thing. Like this, and then we switch out this to the eye thing. This needs to flip too, I guess. And then also all the frames we put in here should be, actually we should have 3 frames. This, that, and one more. And this. And make sure we flip them. So draw spiels? The eye actually works surprisingly well as a as an animation. It's better than this shit. Could even maybe make it slightly better by offsetting the top part. Not that much. See if that feels better. The draw spells. No, I think I got this roughly where I want it in terms, because I want it super simple. I don't want any of the issues of like trying to implement new or trying to design new game mechanics in here right now. So I want things dead simple. This is like the actual gameplay is not what's gonna be what I'm focusing on here, because that's what I always do. Like I always focus on that kind of shit. I want to focus on the meta game instead. So making it easy to understand this first part will make making the shop part and the different upgrades parts much easier for me to wrap my head around. That's the hope, at least. I want to scale the health bar size up according to what kind of health they have. But let's not do that right now. That would be bad. So changing bullet graphics o'clock. I agree. We got some bullets in there. Let's animate. Let's animate it. We gotta put it in a sprite sheet or something then. Screw that. Let's just keep it like this, and then we'll add a another sprite sheet, which is gonna be very simple. It's gonna be like 32 by 16 or 8 or something. And then this one, we're gonna have that blue color, or white is even better. Get rid of the background. What? Get out. There we go. So it would be nice to have 8 unit. Where is it? There. I want to have 8 unit things. So we got like actually need one more here. Not entirely sure what I'm going for, but I was thinking to add this to a particle system. Yes. Okay, Xenon knows what's up. Let's call this particle trail. This will be a normal whatever it is right now, I think, but alpha is transparency. I want it to be point filtered, and I don't want any of that. So let's see if we can set up some kind of particle system here that we can reuse in multiple places. I find oftentimes that's nice. Materials. Let's call this particle trail. Particle trail, and we'll set it up using unlit. Maybe we can use the sprite material we made. Just use the particle trail, and then we will select this. And then we'll go to texture sheet animation, and then we'll say it's 4. And then frame over time seems to be working. And then we'll make duration 1 second, and then start lifetime 0.25. That's sort of a nice little magic sort of effect. The shape is going to be a sphere that's 0 radius. And the speed is going to be random between 2 constants, between like 0 and 0.2. This is for maybe actually a little bit of movement. 2. Move it up so we can see more of it. And then inside of our stuff, Let's make a prefab out of this. We can have that as like a basic thing. Projectile. Now we'll put this inside particle trail. Like reset everything. This is a good start. Yeah, we need a few more things. It needs to be in simulation space world to start with. And the emission should be based on the rate of a distance instead. Now it doesn't look very good because I think they're too big. And maybe they should have a little bit of a thing. So this will 1 divided by 16 times 8. So times 8. What is that? A half? Of course. The other part is when the projectile dies, the trail dies in its entirety, which is not good. Hur går jag alltså? The particles are kind of moving a little bit too fast. Wonder. Let's just make sure we have a good color here, or replace this with some kind of sprite, I guess. Did I at all? I didn't. Okay. What? Pretty sure I apply. We call 22. There we go. Now we can also take the color of the trail from this, might help a little bit. Except the color, we don't really use the color. And this, when the projectile dies, let's have a bunch of detachment stuff. So detach on destroy. We're gonna have a public transform transforms on destroy. We will detach these, so we will do for each var t Off transforms. T dot set parent null, and then we will destroy them at some point. What's wrong with this? It's because I'm in a JavaScript world. Detach on destroy, and then we put in our particle trail here, and the particle trail will be looping, but it will only emit when there is something in there. So we'll see if these get destroyed when they're not moving anymore. It's gonna be interesting. I am normally all up for helping to solve problems, but right now I'm feeling like maybe someone else in the chat can help out. So our sprite shader doesn't take color at this point, so it doesn't work with the thing. We need to actually have the color. I think it's called color, but it could also be tint color. I don't remember. And by default, it's white. So yeah, I could use another shader, but I also want the coloring to work. So why not? So this one we could use the sprite shader, and we could try just doing this. So I think that's sent using, oh, maybe that's sent using using this. That is actually sent using vertex colors, isn't it? Yep. Except no, it wasn't. Will this work? Nope. Eye color didn't work. Oh, I didn't set it. I don't change it. O dot color equals V dot color. Look. So now I could probably do this to color, or I could do this to color. Works. So now my particles will be blue. And the projectile is actually the wrong way, I think. This square should be pointing in that direction. I feel like it should be bigger. And it's also a little bit fast. Like, let's take a look at our spell here. Projectile test spell. We have force 50. Let's try 35. It doesn't feel like it detaches things like we told it to. Maybe it happens too late. Let's look at the projectile again. We did add it, didn't we? Like the detach on destroy and the particle trail. Also, this is nice. Some noise, but usually I just take it down a notch. But why doesn't this detach on destroy work? On destroy, blah blah blah. Set parent null. Then true. Maybe that helps. Doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Is the projectile somehow... It's calling destroy, so I guess on destroy should work. But it very clearly doesn't. So why is that? We should also add a little bit of juice to when we get a hit. Create an empty projectile hit. It's gonna be positioned like this, and then we're gonna get our... I think we're gonna just remove it, but our particle trail here, put it in projectile hit, and have it still looping is fine, but it should be like 0, and then it should be 30 or so. And we should go back to that cone, and we'll rotate it so it's like pointing that direction. Let's give it a little bit more starting speed. Nice. And then we will also add a little bit of gravity. Usually gives it a little bit of, yeah. Let's do like from 0.5 to 2. Less 1. And then one trick I usually do is really quick trick to get a little bit more. Let's do size over lifetime, and instead of growing it, we're gonna keep it. In this case, we'll keep it at whatever size, but I wanted to push this up, but it won't allow me. I can do this to sheet. It just gives a little bit of extra punch to it, but it seems like it's not working. So Maybe if I bring this down to the 0.5 line and then duplicate this size. That's fine. I think the radius could be lower. There we go. Turn off looping, make it another you know what? Do we actually need... Which direction is this pointing? This is probably perfect anyway. It's rotated 180 degrees. Would be nice if this destroyed. Yeah, let's make another like variant. Let's call this like projectile hit. And then our projectiles somehow will spawn these when they hit something. So, where are you? Enemies, projectiles. Public, transform, hit effect, and then whenever we hit something, we'll just spawn it. Somehow. Yeah, when the particle hits something. Or projectile hit something. So either way, we want to kind of spawn one every time we do this anyway, so let's just do it up here. Instantiate hit effect at transform.position, and what I was hoping we could do transform dot rotation as well, so we don't have to set anything up there. Yeah, let's just do that. It's a little bit much, I would say, and it feels like the particles could be smaller. Or rather, the particles could be bigger, but rid of that. Particles could be bigger. The lifetime could be smaller. The amount is too high. 10. Okay. That's more reasonable, I think. Come in. How? Looks a little bit like water, for good or for ill. It's definitely in the wrong direction, and it would be nice if it had a normal. Wonder if we can just be nasty and start the speed be -5 through 0, and then it works. Yeah, that's working. So I'm going to take a short break and say goodbye to my kid who's going to sleep at my parents' caravan. Why doesn't Q work anymore? Oh. Jag kommer. Yeah. I'll be right back. So give me a couple of minutes. I'm back. Would be nice if the texture sheet had a little bit of yeah, that's slightly more. It's like it needs a little bit more pizzazz at that first. The hit version of it could have a bigger radius. It does look a little bit too much like water to me. Tempted to go like more pinkish, but that first one, let's make it thicker. Oh dear. Let's give it like that kind of. Fint. Det blir roligt.
De skulle åka hem imorgon.
Jaha.
Vi sa det var
Ja. So how do we solve that wall issue there? 3 days. Yeah. Realm of the Mad God is probably. Yeah, I haven't played it a lot, but I remember it from way back when. Cool. I'm also getting I'm getting 2 guitars today, which is pretty cool. Should be arriving anytime. We've got to check that out. Maybe we can use that to make some music or something for this. Not sure. That spawn effect. Would it be nice if that was not that terrible? Let's try using the particle trail trick for those two. 4. Sure. Where is it? Here. Can we have them pick up like this color? Try to get as much use of every asset as possible. I'm thinking maybe we should have one more thing because it's really hard to see that. Should have something clearer on the ground, like some circle or something. Or can we sheet it? Like the shape is now a box. What if it were a circle instead? And let's just do looping here for now. And then we have a radius. That's pretty good. Let's make it a lot higher, 100. And then make it emit in another direction. Ooh, what's that? I mean, we could do something like that. Especially if we added a little bit of gravity. Negative gravity, so it goes up. And then maybe the speed is negative. Minus 10 to minus 5. Minus 1 to minus 5. How would that look? The speed should be lower. Let's try this. Didn't work with the direction. Okay, cool. So do not loop. I'm thinking maybe we have two colors. One is the shadow color in there. Just pick up like this color. Fine. Maybe that will make it stand out a little bit more. The flashing could be lingering along a little bit longer. So we could say the health flash here. No, it's in here. We could bring this down quite a bit so it's white for longer. And also we could say add some value to it somewhere. Like make it, I don't know. Flash in effect for particle clouds. Like the color over lifetime of them, so when they're close to the ground they're white or something. only in the other direction, of course. Yes, I play guitar. I mean, yeah, it should be a circle on the ground. That's what I was thinking. Like, it could be this instead. So it's... but it seems I gotta have more 1,000 for it to come across as a circle, or maybe the circle should be bigger. Oh, it's not on the edge of the circle, it's inside the circle. Edge is not good at either, so I could just have a copy of it and make a cross. Could it not be on the edge of a circle? Feels like it's inside of the circle. Ah, look at that. It can be a circle. Be slightly smaller, and I think fewer particles would be good. It's one circle per unit. Kind of like the rotation, this part. Feels a little bit more authored. I think the main problem now is just that the colors are weird. Yeah, one big circle on the spawner would be better. But that's not how I set it up, dudes. Try that. I don't like it. Let's try this instead then. Go dark purple instead and I'm trying to, like, what it should be is like a skull in a circle or something. That would be better, but I'm too lazy to do something outside of the particle system right now. Let's just get rid of it. No color of a lifetime. Let's just put that original color in there. Also feel like so I got this begin thing on my dash, and I think it should be calculating the direction before the cast. So I can move my I click where I want to go, and then I move my mouse to where I want the. So if I click there and go over there, it still will go over there. That's better. Feels pretty good to play now. Now I just need to make everything more wider. I am thinking maybe I don't like the background color that much. It does have that harshness to it, and I like the color combination with the logo. I want to try this color. Only a modification of it, so it's like brighter or darker. Just so the colors. Yeah, let's maybe try this. Just make this black for now, or do we? There's something to the blue that I like. This feels like indie game from a couple of years ago. Herding sheep, yeah. Herding cats, maybe. Why does the big ones seem like they go faster? They shouldn't. They've changed their... they're like 8. Let's maybe do 5. 3. We need to have a shooter enemy soon too. So we have more things to dodge and shit. So our heal also stopped working. That will actually get set up for us. Heal is in there on element 2, so why you no work? So that would be spell number 3. It's on Q or mouse 2. So why doesn't it work? You broke the code for it somehow? Index is costing, cost time cooldown, duration. What's going on? Is pressed. Time duration. Delta here is going to be positive, so that shouldn't cause any issues. So hitbox, what we did here is we check. We can't modify it. If damage info is delta is less than 0, this is why a heal stopped working. So if damage info delta is less than 0, that's when we got damaged last. Gravestones, I thought about putting everything in it like a graveyard kind of setting. Might still do that. So let's take a little bit of damage. Ow, 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 ow. Get out and then hold. I can heal up. Heal up. Go away. It would be nice if the right hand were kind of, when we're shooting, it would kind of swing forward somehow. The dash should add some kind of particle trail, I think. I should probably get the closest point of, instead of, okay, I think I'm getting a little bit too much in the weeds here on polish at this point. So let's snap out of that as soon as I change one thing in projectile. So we know we have a collider and we know we have a position, and we want to get the other closest point on that from this. Can we get a normal at like other dot normal somehow? There's no way of getting the normal of something. We could we raycast towards it and find the normal at the raycast position? Yes. What was it? It's like a ray, new ray. We can actually take our position, like transform.position minus forward. As we're moving forward, and then the direction is transform.forward. And then we will have the raycast hit info out var RCH, and then max distance is 10. And if it hits, then we will get our position inside of RCH point, and and quaternion dot look rotation raycast hit dot normal. Spawn hit effect. I don't care. But now we need to, because now the normal is going to be pointing in the other direction, so we just take let's not get too stuck in here. But the projectile hits need to have it need to be 5-0 now instead. So We hit now, and it hits, and it looks good. That's actually better. What can we do now? It's good enough. Let's save this as like unnecessary polish. No, but graphics, I guess. Back to the loop. Back to the front. Close saved. So, what do you think should be the next step? The basic idea is to kill enemies, and then you get some kind of currency, and then the run kind of continues. Flamethrower. I'm not anti adding more spells, because we're going to need more spells really quickly here. Maybe we should make a list of spells. Do the enemies drop money that you gotta go pick up, or do we just award you money at the end of a run? Pick up, so you have to move. Okay, let's do that. Let's see see how we can do this. You're kind of moving anyway. That's should we do a quick coin in here? We don't have the yellow. Okay, that's fine. Let's get some goldish color and make a small coin, I think, like this. Like this, and it kind of spins. I probably just abandon it. Jacob Shrimp, it depends, I think, on how it turns out. My plan is definitely not to keep on working on it, but yeah. The plan is definitely to go back to the boomerang game. Like, I'm talking about that with my brother every day. So that's not 5. Stop that. No, I think some enemies will drop more. Maybe the big ones dropped 3 coins and the small ones dropped 1. So it's good enough. Currency pickup, 2D object sprites square, go. I haven't sliced it yet. That's roughly correct. Let's go put it in a thing with the stuff. Like this, it would be really nice if whatever this does would actually enlarge the preview of the sprites. What is this? Cloudo... what? Strange. Did you not see me save the... they are here. They're called 23 and so on. So 23. This should be rotated towards the camera. Copy camera rotation. Do we dare put in a little bit of an animation in here? Yeah. Feels a little bit iffy to have what I imagine is a... let's just do a looping sprite animation. Scripts, effects, looping sprite animation, mono behavior. Quickly dip into here. The way you get more money is to not take damage or to clear it faster. But it's more about like spending your money well. Maybe there is a way to boost the money you get by items, like something that drops more items if you kill more enemies fast or something. Frames, and then public float frame rate is 10 or something like that, and then we do update, and we also need the sprite renderer. Put that in on enable. Sprite renderer. Apparently I didn't dip deep enough. So we just do sprite renderer dot sprite equals frames, and then we do time multiplied by frame rate. We floor this to int, and we modulo it with the frames length. This should give us 10 frames per second on these. Yeah, this is not gonna make any money, I think. Unfortunately. But that's fine. Frames. I want 6 frames, 5 frames or something, and I want it to start at like 25, 23. They're so small. Like, these are the frames that I'm looking for. I guess we need only those. And then looking at it, it works. Okay, so let's add a little bit of a shadow beneath. actually considering using this. Det gör du rätt i. Ja.
Har du något som pengar?
Nej. Inte just nu. There's a slight wobble to it, unfortunately. Okay. So I was thinking maybe these would be just... Let's give them a circle collider or sphere collider. Much smaller and like this. 0.3, 0.3. Seems about right. And then we'll give them a rigid body, make them explode out of the thing, and you can kind of pick them up by running into them. These are not the frames I'm looking for. They will not be rotating in any direction. Other than that, this would work. Now, this will be inside some kind of layer, like pickups. And I want it to collide with the ground, and the player... Yeah, well, let's make something. Let's make sure this is on the pickups layer. And the pickups layer will not collide with the player. Instead, we'll use some kind of thing that kind of pulls things in via overlap sphere, I think. And just pulls everything towards the player through that. Physics. Pickups will only collide with the walls and the floor, I think. Cool. So let's make that thing pickup collector. Let's call it that. Or pickup action, or... Yeah, sure. Pickup collector mono behavior. Dip into Unity. I think we also should have like a pickup class and subclass it or something. Or a pickup effect, maybe. Um, if let's go through all our colliders. For each var collider equals in colliders, we'll check if they have some class. So I'm thinking pickups. Let's add a new file, pickup.cs, and we will have another that's pickup effect.cs. Let's make those happen. Dip. And then we're gonna need like the pickup effect will be currency pickup effect. Currency pickup effect. The pickup will more or less have public void do pickup. It will enumerate all children, all pickup effects. So for each var effect in get components pickup effect, and it will do like effect dot we'll pass something in here like the player object, but we don't really have a player object. We will pass the pickup collector. Make sure this exists. Generate that method, and then we will do public virtual void. I can't spell. Virtual void. We do nothing. And then after it's been picked up, we just destroy game object. We can have currency pickup effect, mono effect like this. Int amount equals 1. And then we public, not easy today, public override void do pickup, and then currency pickup collector, and then we do something with that to do. Maybe we need a currency inside of player, currency.cs, mono behavior, public int amount equals 0, and then we can have public void modify int this. Like, will I ever need to know where I got the money from? Can I not just have I guess we can just do this amount plus equals delta, and then we'll have public bool can afford int amount, return amount is larger or equal to amount, and then currency pickup effect will take the collector and get a component called currency here, and then the currency we will just modify it with amount, so it's increasing and then it'll be destroyed. So the pickup collector now has another job. So we get a bunch of colliders. We can do if vector3 dot distance between collider dot closest point from transform position and transform dot position is less than some value 1. We want to pick them up. Do pick up. Else we want to pull closer. So we just do we want to only use the ones that have It's faster if we just do... oh, what is it? var pickup. And it must live on the collider, which it does, equals collider.get component pickup. If pickup equals null, return, no, not return, continue. And then otherwise we do the pickup. So pickup dot do pickup. This. And otherwise we pull them closer, so we do like pickup. Oh, the pickup needs let's just do this for sanity's sake. Rigid body. We don't have to do that every frame. Pickup dot rigid body dot add force, and then we add a pull force here. This force will be the delta between this closest point. Well, it doesn't matter, does it? Just go grab it'll be collider transform position minus transform position. And then we do force is gonna be delta dot magnitude divided by radius. We clamp that to 0, 1. And then we invert that, so it's like 1f minus that. So now we're gonna use delta normalized times force. And this one should also be like pull force. And here, how is it now? These you should be actually doing in fixed update, I guess. Let's do it in fixed update. So we add the force, normalized times force times time fixed delta time, and the force mode is gonna be force or acceleration. I don't even know. If someone knows which one it should be, then sounds good. Tell me if we need to do fixed delta time here. I kind of think you don't when you do. I don't know. Also, delta dot y, let's just make sure that is 0, so we're not pulling it up or down or something. That might be weird. Hey, he has got permission to stream C. Jeff's music. I want to listen to some of that. Using is equal to using delta time equals time fixed to time. What? No, I don't mean this. I mean if you should multiply by delta time or fixed delta time inside of add force when you have force mode acceleration or something like that. Let's see if we can get it to work first. So our currency pickup here should have a pickup, and it should have a pickup effect. That's the currency. That has an error. What? It should be pickup effect, of course. There we go. Got to set up some kind of, because the album I want to listen to is not on Spotify, so I got to set up some text to make an attribution or potentially rebuy it and put it into Spotify. That's another potential solution. So, but this should now work, shouldn't it? Currency pickup. Let's move it over a little bit so it's not like immediately in there. Pickup, and then it needs the pickup effect. Needs to have the rigid body set up. It's not a pickup effect. Remove currency pickup effect. There we go. And then the player needs some stuff. Ooh, so many things. We need a pickup collector class, and then we need to have the pickups. Radius and pull force, I would say it's probably gonna be like 100 or something. Let's turn off this and test it. When I'm standing here, this should be pulled towards the player, I would say. But it's definitely not. Pickups. It also didn't get picked up. Oh, we have some errors. We don't have currency on the player, so it would have gotten picked up. Currency amount 0. That's good. Currency pickup. Maybe 10, and then pull force is 100,000. But yeah, it does get picked up, but it doesn't get pulled. No errors this time. Let's make it like 10,000 and see if that helps. Yeah, that helps. Let's make that 5,000, and the radius not 10 but like 7. That's still too much. 5. Public transform, pickup, effect, instantiate, pickup, effect, transform position, comma, pickup, effect, rotation, nothing else. And then we make another great use of our little effect here. Prefabs, effects, particle trail, currency pickup. So we're going to use this, but we're going to start it off at another color. Like this. I'm going to make it looping somehow. Can we reset and have it over here? It should be emission over time. No, it should be like 10 units. Negative gravity. Why does it look so bad? Lifetime is very short. It also feels like the texture sheet animation is totally whacked. Oh, sorry about that. I get the sense that... Oh, we need to do this, that's why. Maybe we have 0 speed. And then negative gravity. Can the gravity between... Yeah. I know. Gick det bra? Vad sa du? Jag hör inte. Okej. That will work, I think. So, the currency pickup effect on this, put it in here, make it a variant so I can change some of the stuff later on, but it should not be called variant. Hide that, currency pickup, put this in there, boop. This will also need to have a folder, I would say. Pickups. Currency pickup. Get rid of it. Oh, now the question is, well, how does it happen? Enemies. We have like no on death. Health on or health dot died plus equals health damage info. Why do you insist on having uppercase stuff? And then we'll have like I cannot public int currency drops. Where did you go, CJF? Here. Currency drops equals 1, 2, or 3. Maybe 3 is the normal thing. Also, I think the currencies should die after a while. Or the pickups should die after a while. So we'll have like public float, destroy delay. Make that like 3 seconds. Unenable. Destroy. Game object. If I could spell. I cannot spell. Object in destroy delay. If destroy delay is larger than 0, we do that. Also, we need to flash them, so let's have a reference to some graphic. Public sprite renderer, yeah, I'm getting to the shop. I just gotta get the, what's it called? Let's get this going. So update. So we do sprite renderer enabled. Oh, let's do this. If we need to remember when we were born. So float spawn time. Spawn time equals time.time. If spawn time, if time.time is less than, no, remove that spawn time, and then if that's less than or equal to, no, if it's larger than destroy delay minus, and this is like, it flashes for 1 second. Yeah, then we enable and disable the thing according to a formula. Time.time modulo, if I could press the right button, modulo 0.5. I think it should flash faster maybe, so 0.3 if that is larger than 0.15. I can't spell, that's why. Cool. We got to set that up on the currency pickup too. So we have the graphic in there somehow. Boop. So let's see our pickups. We got halfway there on the enemies. I feel like I'm scatterbrained today. If we died, we want to do for each var, no, not for each, 4, and then we put in like 0 through currency drops. We need a currency prefab. And we probably should have this some other way, but... Currency prefab. Yeah, this is what we want to initialize. Var body, or yeah, whatever. Instantiate. Transform.position plus some random numbers. Actually, we should calculate that first. Var D for like call it direction. New vector 3 will scale random dot range between 0.1 minus 1 and 1, and then random range between 0 and 1. Not random range. And then the same as before. And then we normalize this. Yeah. Should give us a like a semicircle, semi-sphere, half sphere. Identity, and then we want to add force, direction, and then we multiply that by some random number, random range with 0 through a force. I would say 30. Should make it configurable, but then we have to like tune every instance of an enemy, which is 2 right now, which is not that bad, but force mode impulse. Cool. Let's actually, since it's, yeah, let's do this like currency force. I feel like maybe this should have been in a I think this will work. Let's set up our enemies to drop the currencies. Currency pickup. Where are you? There it is. And then the force is set up. The currency drops is set up. Yeah, let's make sure the big one does more drops. Currency drops like 10. See if it works. Ah, forgot to turn on the enemy spawner. Boop. So enemies die and shit comes out. They don't seem to have a lot of drag to them. Is that more drag? 5, and then they do use gravity. They're not. Yeah, this works. live saved. Oh, I think I forgot one thing. The pickup effect needs to not be looping, and it needs to be destroying itself. It does. Okay, cool. Oh, Ladka. I think the explosion force is a little bit too much, or like the thing enemy, it has currency force maybe 20, but I also see we could make that stronger in Y. So maybe this goes to 5 or something. So that should do that, and then less of the force will be go sideways. See if that works. Oh, there's another thing, like the shadows need to be clipped to the ground. Let's add an effect that's like ground shadow. This will, in late update the we will take the height above of our object in world space above the 0 plane and subtract that in local Y space. So let's try this. Transform dot local position equals new vector 3. I need the old Unity refresh. Let me check one thing, I think. Yep. His music is pretty good though. Stream safe prog. Let's add some tracks to the end here. Can I drag them in like this? Nope. I gotta kind of add this. Go to. Give me 1 second here. Why can I not just go to the... I want to go to the folder. Open folder, it should say here. Not open Dropbox. Annoying. Dropbox. Bought music. Nope. Here we go. Okay, so let's add this to my Spotify thing.
have settings in Spotify? There. And then like local files. Add a source. And then I can't paste it. Okay, I'll do this. So now I should be able to find C-Jeff. But it's probably C-Jeff in this old stuff. Yep, it actually has the tracks in there. Put them in my stream save. That didn't work. Frog. Ah, it's actually coming up next. Cool, very good. I gotta rebuy buy the others, I guess. Okay, yeah, so we were here. We're gonna do transform.local position.x and z, and then we're gonna do negative transform.position y. This should put the shadow on the ground, but we want to add it slightly above where 0 would be, so 001F or something, just to get rid of some of the Z fighting. And then we can add this to our, for example, to our currency pickups. Shadow. Call this shadow. Shadow. Ground shadow. Or ground shadow, maybe. I don't know. See if it works. It's working, but it's the offset I put in is not big enough. Try again. There they are. They're falling really slowly because of that. I have a little bit too much drag on them now, I think. And can I change the gravity? I like to increase it a bit. But it should not be preferences, it should be project settings, I think. So we have like gravity down here. I usually push that to something like -70. That actually worked for the other stuff too. But yeah, now we get a much more pleasing thing there where things pop out. Like that. What else? Currency. No, actually, the ground shadow needs still to lift. It feels like this is a lot, though. Is it possible that the ground plane is slightly offset? Let's look at arena is at 0, geometry is at 0, the floor is at 0. Let's do like -0.1, 0.05 or something. work at all. Why does the shadows flash like that? I don't understand this. I'm not sure if it comes across, but they're flickering in a bad way. What's the deal with that? It's higher up here, so I guess it's pushed down. Could add a sorting layer, but I don't think that's applied to this. Another simple solution would be to not show the ground plane. That should also work. We'll just hide it for now. Now, we need a better color. I dig this kind of ZX Spectrum kind of thing. It's still, look, it's still flashing the frickin' shadows. How's that even possible? Wait a second. I put the thing on the wrong place. No, the ground shadow is here. Is it lowercase p? Now they're not flashing anymore. Ow. So it wasn't the ground plane, so let's get that back. The floor. Render it. I kind of like that color. There's something. Maybe it should be like only slightly darker. And then this could be just like a bit darker to show the... Doesn't feel like my pull force is anywhere near close enough. We gotta fix that wall colliding issue. So how do we do that? We could make the collider smaller on the shots, but then that would also make it smaller or more precise to hit enemies. So I don't think I want that. I'm thinking one simple way would be to change what player projectiles can collide with. They can collide with default, but what if they didn't collide with walls? And then we duplicate all our walls so that just duplicate them, call them like outer wall or something, and then we move them out. Can we do this? Ooh. I love this album. It's so good. And these would be like outer wall. And then we put them on the default layer and these on the wall layer. Apparently didn't have that before even. Okay, cool. So now when I step up to the wall, we can kind of, it doesn't hit the edge of the screen as much as it hits the I think that's gonna bite us in the ass somehow. No. I need some nose spray and something to drink. Give me a sec. Oh, now I get Spadaccino Ignorante. Excuse the pronunciation, but yeah, these will. I have VODs turned on, I think, so you should be able to watch it at any time. It can still like be annoying, but it's a little better. At least you can kind of there is a better solution with if we were to kind of ray cast and do stuff, but I don't feel like it. No. Heal. I almost think like we could tweak this a little bit, the pickup collector, so that it pulls in so it pulls in the pull force properly. No, so it once it's within the pull radius, it kind of will do it. Let's do this. Let's make it a list. This is polish we shouldn't be doing now. This is gonna work. Shit, don't... Stop! Stop polishing. We need to get on with it. It works. Next step. Should we set up different waves? And like the... Yeah, let's do the shop and the kind of main stuff. Let's go make a commit first. This is like currency. Let's call it that. So the way I see it, we could... Our arena here has like enemy spawn infos. Actually, I have 3 waves. But yeah, so this arena here... let's make some kind of structure where we could tell it what each of the spawns are. So we will have a list of waves, and each wave will have a list of enemies that can spawn in there. Another alternative would be to write a small text file format. Feels like a waste. So arena, let's see what we can do. Let's have a serializable class. Freaking keyboard. Someday now, any day now, I'll fix that faulty thing. I don't know what it is. Like, let's take 2 seconds to look at this. Check this out. Here's my weird keyboard, people. Which I designed and 3D printed and soldered myself. So that's why things are weird. So over here, under the tape that keeps it together, is my enter key. And my enter key, for no good reason, keeps glitching out. That one feels solid. Solid. Pretty solid. The question is, does this freak out at times? Seems actually not very impossible, because it feels like it's the whole row or column kind of thing. Let's put on the soldering iron for 1 second and just give that a touch. While pulling it upwards. Oh. Should not be soldering on things that are connected. That's a solid connection. I don't know. Unless there is something shorting out like that. Where's my tape? Could definitely be this. This thing might short something out here or send some illicit signals. I can't find my other... See if this helps. Soldering iron off. Main screen turn on. Camera move back. Enter key works. Let's hope this fixes the issue. So what do we have? Public class wave info. This is our thing, and then we do like system.serializable to make it savable. But it should not be wave, it should be level info. And we'll have a list of waves. It's just a lot of drag and drop if you want to change something. It's sometimes easier to just make it in a text file. Grrr. Do we want to do that? Potentially, yes. Potentially, yes. So there is something called a text asset. So we got enemy spawn infos up here. So my thinking is we'll make a little file format that we can read. So let's have some text that defines what the name of the wave is, like or level. First level, second level, and third level. And then we just define which spawns we will have by putting in some numbers. So 1 row equals 1 wave, and then split it by space, and then we can have, like, let's say we want to have enemies. Let's use the first letter or something. So the first level spawns 3 enemies from 1, 3 enemies from 2 spawn points, and then finally, let's see if it's like 3 levels, it's like from 3. So that's the first level. Second level, this one also has, in one of them, it has a chunky enemy, so that's a C. Second level is like starting out pretty much where the others were starting, maybe 2 like that, and then 1 chunky in the center of each of those, and maybe it's like last thing is 3 chunkies from one side, or maybe this one has 5 just for the fun of it. Other one is like C C C E E E. And the third one is like chunky, enemy, chunky, enemy, 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 chunky, enemy, chunky, to from 3, and then maybe like from 5 different ones we have 3 enemies. Maybe we also have like in the 5th level we'll have 5 enemies on 2. I don't know, like whatever these are, but this will give us a really quick way of testing this. So maybe we actually do, or a fast way of coding this. So fine, let's call this like levels inside of assets here. And then we can link that up here, and then we can start building our levels. It would be nice if we could debug this. So let's put these out here, and they probably need to be public, don't they? Otherwise we can't export them as public fields. So wave is we need a name for each level. We need the a list of waves. I think that's sort of it. And then we probably need some kind of like what we get for it. Like let's add some characters for that in levels. So how do we define the waves then? Is it like an array of arrays? One wave, like enemy spawn info array. Actually, this will work. This will work. Call it spawn infos. Doesn't matter. And then we'll have a public level info levels, but an array of that. Yes. So let's start out with having a list of, well, let's start out by reading the text file. Var lines equals spawn text split by and then we're gonna need the levels. So let's have a list of type level info, because we don't know how many we're gonna need. And then in the end we will set the levels, the uppercase levels, to be levels to string. And then we're just gonna go through the lines for each. Oh, we're gonna have like var waves equals new list wave info. Do we also need like spawns? We don't really need that. We're gonna know how many we have. Okay. So each line will check if it starts with a pound sign. This means we have new level. We will say then we will create a new level. We'll put it into, yeah, we're gonna need a two should give us the name. That's our current level, and then we add that to the list of levels. Levels dot add current level. Otherwise, we know it's we know it is a line that's with the spawns with the different groups. So we can just take the line, split it by space, and then we want to, instead of, yeah, we kind of want to take each of the groups. So for each var group text in groups text gives us a new group. This means we need a wave. Var current wave equals new wave info. We can actually create this later on, I think. You know what? We don't need to be fancy with this. This is easier if we just do this. And we don't need this shit.
still need levels, but not the other ones. No need to be fancy. Cool. So we create our new level. We pick out the name. We add it to the list of levels. Then we are creating a new wave info. And then for each group, we will try to find for each group we will get so current wave that's just a list of enemy spawn info. Yep. Like this. New, probably. Did I forget that up here? Nope. So now we want to go through all the letters in the string. Can I do that? Can I iterate over things? It looks potentially like I can. C is going to be a char, I think. Yeah, so now we can check. We can try to find which enemy this corresponds to in the list of spawn infos. So var e enemy spawn info equals enemy spawn infos find. I think we can use this. Can we not? I think so. Yeah. F dot array predicate f dot game object dot name. That's gonna starts with the C. You could also do like that, set up enemy spawn infos to have a letter that it's corresponding to, but that's fine. It doesn't want to do that with what? I got link. And enemy spawn infos is an array. Should work with arrays, shouldn't it? So add that to each thing, and then at the end we will go through our current wave and then enemy spawns. So why do we need this thing here? We don't need that. No, every wave has different groups.
Now there should be a list of enemy spawn info. Where it's annoying. So now we gotta get back our spawn info. So var Still don't know why that wouldn't work. Enemies, add enemy spawn info to the list of enemies and then spawn in. This sort of should work, but apparently it doesn't. Not even if I do that. And it does work. It does not work still. Cool, so now we can set this up. Call it levels. When I press play now, in theory, like, we should have a thing that shows us, but it doesn't show me the list in here for an unknown reason. It's because these are not system serializable. It found 3 levels. The first level has 0 waves. Bad. Didn't work, but it did pick that up at least. So what did I forget? Did we get a lot of errors? Not. Seems right, and then we split our line with that current wave. We add the current wave, but we don't add the waves to our level. So current level waves add as. Here we go. Play. Pause. We can find the elements in here, but I don't know what they are. Probably because it doesn't want to do multiple levels of this. It probably doesn't understand the list of lists concept, but it seems like it's working, so we can probably just go on and see if we can get something to work here. So we have this enumerated start. Let's do instead start level, and then we do int level, and then we try to figure this out here. It's gonna be quite different, but let's see what we can do. We're not really gonna need well, yeah, we're gonna need random, I guess. Wait a bit, sounds fine. Now we're gonna say our wave, no, our level equals levels level. That's our level, and then we can loop through the waves for that. So for each var wave in level.waves, and then for each group spawn infos, I call it. Okay, that's fine. I want to do different things, so we have a few things. We save a list of enemies apparently, so we need to do that. I want to do that at the start of every wave. This is the list of lists, so the count here is the sounds about right to me. So now we can say the var spawn point equals spawns g. Now those are kind of linked up by that index there. So now we want to figure out this part here. So we have we're iterating over ESI of group in group, of course. We don't need a random item. We can get that there. So this is ESI is going to be that. It's going to work probably. So start coroutine, do that, do this, and then after we've done that, we will wait for a little bit longer. And then we have 2 more waits to do. 3 more waits, I guess. I think we can just comment this out for now. So this is all the waves. We will wait until we don't have any spawns left. Oh. Can we get this number quickly without waiting here? Spawns left is gonna be the number of groups. So like group dot sum what is this? Is this is we go through the this is the current group, is it? Should be like the spawns. That is spawn points. We pretty much want to say, how do I calculate this? It's
the number of inside of spawns. Yeah, we got to do it out here. It's got to be wave.spawninfos. Spawn infos is that, and then we want to sum this is how many there will be. So inside all the spawn infos inside of the wave, we go through those, we get spawns left, and then that should work. And then we go through all the spawns, blah 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 blah, and it goes here, and then it waits a little bit between each. And then it waits for the spawns to be all in, and then it sets up the targets, and then it does this. Okay, cool. So now we only have to... Why can I not do this? Ah. Of course. So now in void start, we do start coroutine start level 2 or 1 should be like something like that. Let's give it a whirl. So the object I want to instantiate is null. That's always good. It is an enemy. Okay. So I didn't find the chunky enemy apparently. That's got a C at the start. Did I have something else? Let's see here. So we're parsing parse level text or this is good too. Chimp's banner. Monkey wrench. When we don't find anything, if enemy spawn info equals null, debug log couldn't find, and then we put in C. Always good to have some kind of error checking. At least warning. Let's see what it can find. Couldn't find enemy where it's empty. Okay. So it's probably at the end of something. Like if C equals like this, continue. What? Still couldn't find the enemy. I don't think it can be null. Let's see how it, if it's like a null character or something. This could be end of file. Couldn't find enemy 13. Oh, that's the new line.
Um, we could just say, if it's an empty line, we just skip that. And we should do that early. So if group text, this is a line. Because it has the enter in there, so still enemy 13 here that's tripping us up. What if I trim it? There it goes. Now we got enemies. Hooray. It seems to be working pretty well. I can recognize the things. I need a better way of like separating the enemies out. Because now they're kind of overlapping. Okay, so since we changed the gravity, a lot of like the currency pickup effect and enemy spawn effect has this gravity modifier. I want to change that to something much smaller. So it's like -1 to -2. That's a lot better. Yeah, running over to pick up the coins, that's pretty decent mechanic. So now we need a way to take the run and like do the shop in between each of the levels. So we could either oh, that's cool, Irreverent. How do we feel about using in-game graphics? Also, there's one more thing I forgot about. The time. This is set to be fixed time step of 60 milliseconds, and then we divide that by 2. So we got 120 or 60 frames per second. Now it's like 120. Everything will feel a little bit smoother. At least some of the stuff. Since the coins now move slower, that indicates that we shouldn't have multiplied by oh, that's also a gravity multiplier that's too high. Like projectile hit. Maybe I should make it bounce on... because it feels like it disappears through the... Okay, so we need we need to get that shop in there, but we don't have enough items, but let's do it anyway. So we'll have a pool of items that can spawn in the shop, and they will have a base price, and they will have different things. And I'm thinking, I haven't decided if I want them on YouTube, Irreverent, but I might do it. I might do it. Yeah, you wanna probably like skip through it. There's a lot of bullshit in these streams. Hallå? Hej. Jo. Vad är det? Puss. Okay. My girlfriend found a like simple pillar drill for me on a second-hand thing. That's why I'm looking over here. I want to give this another shot. It's gonna make it a lot more I feel like I need more frames. But it like I don't like the texture of that. This is chunkier in a pretty good way. Especially, like, here's one of those things. I have a pretty good pixel thing inside of, like, I haven't made a, I haven't made any hard and solid promises to not reuse stuff from other projects. So I do have this, like, let's see how it looks, if I can find it. This. So I have this sprite sheet, which has a bunch of smoke effects on it that I drew for another project. I feel like maybe I just want to get those in there. Can we open this with Photoshop, please? Photoshop. This has a little bit of color baked into it. We'll see what we do with that. These are also bigger, mostly. But I want to actually save this as a Photoshop file. I want to put it inside of the 1 week game project, and then in textures, and then we call it smoke effects. Fine. Okay. 1 week game. Yeah, I don't know what you feel about this. If this is too much cheating, maybe I'll redraw it. But yeah. Where is smoke effects? Smoke effects. It's going to be a default texture. It's going to be alpha transparency. It's going to be point filtering, and it's going to be no thing. So now I modified my thing. My particle trail now needs to be updated, because texture sheet animation assumes 4 and 1. I need to modify this to be, I think it is 3, and it's 8 instead. Yeah. So it's like 8 and 3. Let's see how this works. It's picking, wow, it looks really weird, but it's not that far off. Why does it look so weird? First of all, it needs to be twice as big. Because of that's the size of the thing. And also if the lifespan is so low. I think we need random rotations and stuff if this is going to work out. So there's so much of it that it's also a little bit hard to kind of see. Here we go. There's a lot of particles. These ones are in there, but what is causing the weirdness? Start frame constant 0, cycles 1, row 2, row mode, yeah, grid. So now they're disappearing, but not for a good reason, I feel. We need to fix that. Let's do it now. For some reason, when I destroy my particles, my detach on destroy didn't work. So go through all the transforms and then we unparent them before they're destroyed. Feels like for some reason this doesn't work, so I'm gonna say quick test public particle system before I destroy it. I want to detach the particle system. Particle system stop. What am I doing wrong? I think there should be a stop, shouldn't there? Nothing is working. But it needs to also stop, but maybe it does that when it stops moving. That's a lot better. Now it doesn't feel like it's just gone. Now the question is, this is probably a little bit much. We should have some kind of like muzzle effect too, I would say. Let's go to spell action. Projectile spell. Public transform muzzle flash. Instantiate muzzle flash at aim projectile source position, and the rotation should match this, I think. So it's just like rotation, and then we don't care about anything else, and then we just put the I guess we need something special for this, but this particle trail. So my projectile hit, I will modify this to be like muscle flash. Let's imagine it shooting that way. It's easiest. Shooting, boom. Yeah, that's the wrong way. There. Cool. It's a lot of particles. It's starting to feel a little bit more juicy. We need to tune it more. I think we might want to reduce the radius. We want to move it back. So I think that in C we push it back like this. So it starts. So we need to fix the enemy spawn effect. Apparently we didn't parent that to this. So this needs to be 8, 1, and start frame, start what? 1. Single row. Custom row 2, I think. No? Oh. And then still feels like it could be oh, I didn't apply it. I think that's the problem. I think that's good enough. How are you doing, Semi-Jama? I think we need to modify Mr. Currency pickup effect as well. It should be using the number. It's already using that, but it should be a smaller size then. I'm gonna reduce that value slightly. Delete, and then I'm gonna go like the particle trail. It feels like it's a little bit too much. What happens if we go down to one size again? The spawning has too small.
Hey, that's good, Pine. Yeah, I got mine a couple of weeks ago. My first shot. I'm getting the next one in end of or beginning of August. Spawn text file and particles. Go. Oh. I think I need to take a break and eat some eggs. And then after that, we'll tackle the shop, I think. So I'll go just boil some eggs. I'll eat them with you. 1 second. Be right back. Let's do unboxing real soon.
Broken records glitching out loud. Music named as February month. Saturn's coming down here once more. I collect my pride from the floor. Beat the drum for what comes and goes. Beat the drum for summer is born. Slowly let time in redo mode. So now I search for love through my phone.
Oh no! I've been replaced by a big box. Unfortunate angle. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see what it is. Ja, de var himla tur faktiskt. Fan, så hade vi aldrig fått plats. One. Two things. Let's see what's in them. Gonna need to pack some stuff. Whoops. Here's step one. I don't think we need the scissors. It is a guitar. Ooh. It's got well, don't have a good way of like it's a 30-inch baritone guitar tuned to like one octave lower than normal. They're pretty cheap, so the finish isn't great. And they've got like bass strings on them right now. I think I might. Yeah, it's sort of a bass. There used to be a guitar bass hybrid called the Bass 6. It was like a Fender product, and this is like a cheaper version of that. And in the name of excess, here's another one. Here's the other one, just another color, same kind of thing. Very thick. One is going to my brother for game music production reasons. There's a lot of. Look at the neck joint right here, it's not good. Very cool though. I can tune really low. So, gotta somehow get back to my place. They look pretty cool. We need. I don't have anywhere to put them. Let's do this. Gotta try one out just ever so slightly. Oh, it's getting really hot now. Dear. So yeah. They are more bass than guitar with these strings on, I gotta say. Yeah, we have some ideas actually for... There's also a rhythm game jam coming up that me and my brother have been thinking about maybe doing something about, so maybe. Let me try it out, and then we'll get back to this. So the question is, will they be tuned? Of course, it's upside down too. Let's get it in tune. E, standard. Maybe do drop D, I don't know. Can you hear this, or is it just in the background? Maybe you can hear like just the DI, or can you hear like a distorted tone? No, you can only hear what's coming in through the mic, I think. Or potentially you can hear, because it's in the like one of the channels. It's analog 1.2 and then 1+2, and then I think we can kind of go into this mixer and see is this, and then it's like tracks. Yeah, it's one of these low latency shit. They don't quite transfer over the to whatever capture thing you have. It's kind of weird, to be honest. Let me get a cleaner tone. Like this one. Wow, the camera is really not helping here. If I do this, it is super detuned. This is one octave lower than a E standard, so. I need a heavier tone, of course. Maybe this one. Yeah, this is gonna take some getting used to. I don't really know what I'm gonna use it for, but probably some heavy stuff. It's kind of hard to bend. This would be what, like a 7 string in drop A is this string. And this is dropped to 1 octave below drop D. yeah, this is a clone of the basics. So I wish I had a better angle. I'm gonna go way back here so you can see a little bit. It is like so far to get to the head. It is more or less a base, I would say, like a slightly shorter scale base. I think my other one is 34 inches. This is 30 inches, and it's got pretty thick strings on it. Yeah. The humbucker is sort of a reason why this is cool for this kind of heavy. Cool. I like it. I will toy with it more later. I actually have a plan for it. Let's do that. Turn this off. Yeah, I have a plan to actually strip the color and have it as a project for the summer when I go on vacation. But I don't know if I dare. They're pretty okay. Like, yeah, we'll see if I follow through on that. But I think I might. So strip the paint, and I want to do like a gray charcoal kind of finish, like a rough textured finish on it. So maybe I'll just take some blowtorch and kind of get the grain to pop a little bit more. But yeah, I think it was pretty cool guitar and something very different to what I have before. Coolio. Now it's like 1,000,000 degrees in here too, which is always fun. Okay. Before we hemorrhage anymore. Viewers. Indeed, indeed, indeed. How's the game going? That's a good question. Let me get the camera. The game is going this. We have some parts of it. Like we can jump around, we can shoot. Now we have the currency pickup system implemented. So the next step would be to actually have multiple levels with the shop in between, I think. Since we have the currency, we should be able to do it. So what's the next idea here? We have our arena, which is like the thing that spawns enemies and stuff. Yeah, they're stolen from Gunhowl, the particles. Or at least the textures on the particles. So we drive everything by this text file. So this means like the enemy that's name starts with E. So it's E. The C is the chunky enemy, and these are the only two we have. First level, and then we can just like do this. We have the arena, and currently we have hard coded it to start a level. Let's stop doing that. So on enable, I guess it's in start then. Yeah, get rid of that. We can just start coroutine with that. Let's add another like run. Got eggshells in my teeth. Run manager. Mono behavior. Save it. Tab. Tab again. Not really, Pinestark. I'm not trying to make a game that's good. I'm just trying to make a game that gets made. Not good polish. I'm going for finishing something by the end of the week. No, I wanna finish something. I never finish anything. I just abandon shit. So this, I'm thinking, let's not abandon it. So I'm making a kind of non-risky game where we can scale away a whole bunch of things. Without like making the game unnecessary. So I'm taking like tried and true shit, and I'm trying to finish something in that vein. So we want to do this now. So let's do a for loop over all the levels. Kind of don't need the level index. It can be the I. I don't even know if I need this. Let's just do arena.start level. Yes, you like. Also, yes, you know it's annoying. Don't need the arena there. Didn't I put the? I didn't make this public. Debug log, enter level. Arena levels. I name. So we actually want to yield this. Yield. Return that. We also need to have some kind of reference to the player. We don't have a player object, so I guess we'll have health as the player, or transform health. So the level, the arena will run spawn shit, and then what is player in this case? Player is a transform. We'll have to figure out some better way of doing this, but I have a clear goal, and I have a bunch of things I want to do, and then some other things I won't be able to, so we'll see. If player health is alive, we say finished arena, else we do something else. We say died. Died at level. And then we break. Okay, let's see what happens. So let's keep a track of the side here. Entered first level. Should update like the waves counter and stuff. There we go. Null ref exception. Bad, 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 bad. Well, we gotta set up the player health, don't we? Enter the first level. Enter the second level. Now we just have to spawn some items that you could choose to pick up if you have the money. Starting to get a little bit hectic. This is the 3rd level. It's gonna be interesting to see how much money I gathered, so we can start tuning like the shops and stuff. We need an enemy type that isn't as bad. So how much money did we gather? Player, currency, 216. Good, so each level is something like 50, 100, and 150 or something like that. If I pick everything up. But it works. We have the basics. Before each level now, we want to do like the shop phase. So we will, just like we have the arena, we will defer this to a shop thing. And we will do like public enumerator something. Enter shop. And this will then go on until we're done. So let's start by doing some stuff. Let's have a reference to the shop. Var shop equals get component shop. And then we will yield return enter shop dot enter shop. Cool. So this is gonna live on here. Shop. We don't have a shop because we have forgotten to include that. Shop. Still no. Okay, so now we got a shop. The shop can contain some stuff. I don't like doing UI stuff. What if we put in some positions here that are just like the spawn positions of 3 items? And then you kind of walk up to them and yeah, buy them using E or something. Yeah, mini games do it. This is what I'm thinking, like the shop will spawn these things like here. Maybe you can hover over them to kind of get the items. I don't know. Let's make some kind of graphic for that later. And each of the shops will have some stuff. So I'm thinking they're gonna have a sprite that shows an icon. And this is gonna be rotated. Copy camera rotation. They're also gonna have some kind of collider, like a trigger. That this is how close you gotta be to kind of activate it. Make it 2, why not? And then they should have some text above, maybe. And then we can animate showing and hiding that text. So like in game Text Mesh Pro. That's a little big, maybe. This is like the name. Little big. Let's make this like at the bottom. We don't really need all that space, so let's get that down and then have another one that's going to be even smaller, but that's going to be the description. And then we'll have one for the price too. Is the price above? Maybe. Just put in a dollar price there. Cool. All of these need to be rotated towards the world. It's going to be name text. It's going to be name, description, and price. They will face towards the camera. The question is, do they face individually towards the camera or as a simple? Yeah, let's probably put in texts. It's going to be the center of the texts, and all the texts go inside, and then this is copy camera rotation. Okay, so let's try it out. You can see like this works. Now we're not ready to do this yet. Why? Oh, because I'm not waiting for shit to start. Yeah. I'm hitting the yeah, we need this to be like pickups or something. But this is gonna work, I think. We just need to draw icons for everything. I forgot about that. Yeah, so now I can just go through it. But if I get close, it should be okay. So we'll buy with the button. Let's set that button up in the input thing, input manager. There's bound to be something. There's nothing. Okay. 20. It's gonna be interact. Positive button E. Okay, so now we need to make this some kind of prefab, probably, right? And then we need to have some thing that you can interact with. I think I solved the enter key issue. Hello, Hadouk. This is the shop. So we need a couple of things that you should be able to interact with. For example, we need a button to start. So we need to set up a quick framework for interacting with stuff. So let's do that. Interaction. Let's have new file interactable. It's not going to be it probably should be it probably should be something that is an interface, really, but let's keep it simple. So this is something we can interact with. So we want to have a public. I'm thinking, why don't we have a interact action on the player, and then we have event for these, so we can hook that up, and then we'll have some interaction effects that hook up to the interact event, and then you can do different things with that. You can also like hook up some other stuff. Yeah, I think this is solid enough. The player does have a interact action. Let's have an interaction effect. Do we need that? I think most of the interactions will be controlled directly by the shop, to be honest. So maybe we don't need a specific thing. Instead, let's make sure these are saved. Toggling up. Anyway, so this is going to be an interactable. Maybe it's nice to have a little container class to handle which is which here. what we can do. So in update, we will check if we press the button. So if input.get button down and then we pass the string interact, we will just check. So we actually want to kind of have our interactables to be like the current or not. Let's see here. Public void. Let's call this like select. That is one thing that can happen. And we can also like deselect. Then we probably want to do some animator. We want to have one that is public void interact too. And we pass along, this doesn't really matter, but interact action to this. So we're gonna need an animator probably. I need to modify my share a bit. There we go. A little lower. On enable. So we're gonna need animator to be a thing. Get component animator. Then when we're selecting animator dot set trigger or set bool selected true, false. So that's that. The other thing we're gonna need is to do, we need some kind of event to trigger when we're interacting. So what can that be? That could be a public event system action. We're gonna take like the interaction action and the interactable. Interact. And this is like interact question mark invoke. We pass along this and interact. This really doesn't do a lot. Yet. Why do you not like this? I got... let's call this on. Maybe these should be on select and on deselect too. And then our interact action will actually keep updating which thing it knows about that is the closest. So my thinking is we'll have a list of interactables. And then make sure to import that. And then we just have some kind of public float radius. Wait, do we need this list? Isn't it? We only care about one. Let's say 5. We actually only care about one interactable. Current interactable. And now we do the list. So var colliders equals. We probably need some kind of layer mask. Layer mask. Colliders physics dot overlap sphere. Transform dot position, and then we got like the radius. And we'll layer mask, and then we'll have the query trigger interaction collide. I don't know if we need it, but let's see. And then we can just select, go through these for each var collider in colliders. We check if we have an interactable, so simply var interactable equals collider.getComponent interactable. If interactable equals null, continue. Otherwise, we will try to figure out which one is, if it's closer than the current one. So if current interactable equals null, or we check the distance between the collider closest point to transform dot position. If that is, if the distance between transform position is smaller than the distance between the, oh shit, we don't have the current interactable collider, do we? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna say screw the closest point. It's just gonna be collider.transform position, because it will, they will be the same, and then it'll be fine. We don't have to be weird. And spheres, that would probably be the exact same thing anyway. So this would be, if the collider is closer to this than the current interactable. Yeah, I can show you the game in a second here. That should work, and then we know that we want to current interactable. We want to set it to deselect, and then we want to set current interactable to be interactable, and then we want to say Animod applications. I don't know what that is. Feel free to suggest if there are things that you think are missing. Maybe I can do something like that. If you have one application that you want, everything is slightly shifted to the yes. Shit. Quite a bit too. How did that happen? That's better, I think. Even though it's not perfect. It should be there or there. Thank you for letting me know, Alex. So this is what I'm thinking. We need to check if anything hit. So we want to have a var. Anything hit false, and then this is gonna be like if they're interactable. If interactable equals current interactable, we can set it to be anything hit is true. And this will be an else if because we don't need to update in that case. But in this case, we want to say anything hit is true. If not anything hit, then we want to set current interactable to on deselect. Because if we move out of it, and we want to set anything hit, we don't care about that. But current interactable equals no. Then if we do interact and then we do something like this is a really cool track, but I don't dare play it. And current interactable not equals null. We want to do something. We want to do current interactable dot interact with this. Every you will have like 3 or 4 or 5 different spells, and you're gonna start without the dash, I think, and then you gotta buy it from the shop. So yeah, this is the game. So we have a couple of things here. You can kind of dash. You can also heal if you're taking damage. But all those will be bought both from the shop here. That's the plan. Now we're gonna make a blessings and a curses system and stuff. Heal. Yeah, you might want to go Unreal. You might want to go Unity. I don't know. So, okay, let's see. We have the interact action. Let's put it on the pickups layer. And then we have, or point it towards the pickups layer. And then we're gonna have this like shop post that has the interactable on it. The shop. What? What's going on here? That's fun, but weird. Okay. So the shop will have like 3 shop posts. So we will have like public, interactable, but it would be easier if the shop post just had a class that we can say this is the thing that you should get. So let's do shop post So on enable, it will get the interactable inter. Just tab over. This is VS Code. We're gonna have a reference to a shop here. I think this is the order, but I don't remember. Interactable, interact action. Cool, so now we can do stuff. We can tell the shop that we want to buy a thing from here. But we're gonna need to have like public sprite renderer icon. We're gonna have public we're gonna have the text, so TM Pro text. I think it's just text. Or is it text mesh pro? There it is. So it's gonna be like the name text, the description text, and finally the price text. Price text. We're gonna have an initialize, so public void initialize, and we're gonna pass in something that we can buy. So we need a shop item, I think. Didn't we create a shop folder? Apparently not. Shop item. Mono behavior. Public int costs 10, 100, 100 maybe. We probably need a public sprite icon too. See you, Crunkers. Initialize. We will pass a shop item to this. And I want to modify like our spells. They are damage dealers and so on, but these somehow need to have a like, do we do a spell shop item that we put on these that has the everything set up? Maybe. So we're making a bunch of prefabs. We'll refer to them in a list of shop items. In the case of spells, we'll have a spell shop item. Currently we only have spells though, so I'll try to get modifiers to scriptable objects. Yeah, maybe we'll do some scriptable objects. We can have an interface. I purchased public interface. I purchased what interface? No, the freaking keys stopped working again. What is up with my keyboard? We will have like a on purchased that we can override inside of our spell, so we know something. And we'll pass the interact action to this. So the spell is now going to be I purchased. Okay, we probably need to. This is what we should do when we purchase a spell. We will get the spells action. No, not at all. Interfaces are a way to set up a contract that this component or this class will give you the ability to call it with these methods. Like you can interact with this object in this way. We guarantee that. So otherwise it doesn't compile. So you normally, or another way of doing sort of that is to have a inheritance model where we have one object inheriting from another and getting those things. And you can override those methods. But an interface makes it so that you can have multiple parents, so to speak. But you can have multiple interfaces in one object. It is time to get the fan. It's too warm in here. Give me a sec. Hi, fan. I hope. Oh. I hope. Is it blowing straight into the mic? So we probably, it should be purchasable, and have a bool to be like can purchase. So we can at this point say, oh no, there's too many spells. In the case of spells, we couldn't have too many spells. In the case of blessings, for example, it's not a problem. Where's the file? So spell action, we will public int get free slot. We will return minus at 1 if there is no free slot, and then we'll go through for int I equals, let's not torture ourselves. The length is going to be spells length count. If spells I equals null, return I. So now we can go in our shop item. No, in our spell, we will no, not do that. Absolutely not do that. We will what did we forget? Oh, we in some way we destroyed this and I can't get it back. What? That was annoying. I'm not sure what happened. Void on purchase. We will pass interact action. Can purchase. There we go. In both cases we're gonna need the spells, and we do like for slot equals spells dot get free slot. In this case we do return this slot is larger or equal to 0. Okay. This should be an int. Forgot. No, it should be a bool. So we can purchase a spell if it has a free slot. So on purchase, we will do this, get the free slot, and then we will inject this to the spells. Spells dot add or yeah, we'll equip it like that. So now the problem is, like, I'm gonna spawn these. I gotta spawn these things into the world, or I need to clone myself. So this spell is gonna live on a how is this even gonna work? But yeah, maybe it will. So it's gonna live on a prefab. Then we're gonna clone ourselves and put this on the, and like, this is weird. I don't know what I'm doing. But are we gonna clone ourselves, or will I just reparent this spell to be inside of the player? Because, like, what would happen if I instantiated this object or any object that's on a spell in the world? It doesn't matter because it's not going to be activated or anything. So I'll take the easy way. We'll make sure this is in there, and then we move it if we buy it, or we destroy it if we re-roll it. Okay. An even simpler way to do it would be to have all the spells living as objects in the scene. That would be so much easier. Ah, that's good faith. That means it worked. Me too. Like, went a little bit of running yesterday and a little bit of running today, and now my thighs are broken. We need more drinking. More water. Or Coke. So this is the problem. Like, how do I guess I can just do string get name, get description, and get price. No, why is that on iPort traceable? Should be on the. No, it. Let's try this and then. I not get price. That's stupid. Name and description comes here. And we implement those. Whoop. Get name. Return game object name. That's a stupid one. And then wait. I thought I had a description on this. It was in the other project. No? I'm gonna make this something else. You can override. And then in our this feels like it's getting a little bit annoying here. But because like what if you have multiple the name, the description, they will come some other way. So public string, yeah, let's not. We need another way of doing this. Public string name is gonna be GameObject.name because this is the same, and then public string description will be here. Then we have all the other stuff. So shop item is fine. Purchasable, no, none of that. Spells action. Spell. We need not this. So this will be shop item icon. That should work still. Why doesn't it? Sprite icon. Of course. Uppercase name. Give me that, and then the text will be. Let's use one of these to get the $sign in there, so you know it's a cost. Cool, so now we can check if our interactable can purchase. If interactable, well, we gotta check if we have the currency, I guess. So var currency equals interact.getComponent currency. I don't like this. This feels bad. It's gonna bite us. Feels like we're making this much more dangerous or much more complicated than we need. Oh, we don't have the... So now we want to buy the thing. Currency dot spend or modify minus shop item dot cost purchasable on purchase is this good? Is it bad? Who knows? So now we have done that. Now we need to remove the current shop item. Yeah, we'll have upgrades to the dash spell, I think. I don't care that much about things being unique or things like that. It's not what this game is about. But if shop item equals null, just return. We don't care. So we can set shop item equals null here, but we can also set like the remove the icons and stuff. So much shit going on in this. Okay, so now the shop will have to initialize this somehow. So we will... Should we do that? We'll just keep everything that you can buy. It just lives in the scene. So on enable, we will enumerate everything that can be... Every shop item that we know about. So we'll have like a public shop item array. Shop items, and we just get those. Shop items equals find object of type, objects of type, shop item, and then it will just go through the scene when it boots up and figure what these are. Oh, my brain is going. Cool, so now we're entering the shop. We're also gonna need shop post array. For each var shop posts in shop posts. We want to initialize each one with the random item, and at this point, why not just pick a random one? So let's do something new x random from some value. Fine. Change it later. So shop item Find objects of type shop item. Missing an S. Now we will also need some way public interactable exit button. Bool exited equals false, and then we'll yield return null in a loop while exited, while not exited. And then on enable we will take this exit button, interact plus equals, and we need like interactable and interact action, only lowercase, like this. This sets exited to true. Cool. We will also like hide and show a public like transform root. Doesn't matter what it is. It's just in there as we do like root.set active, game object set active true, and then afterwards we set it to false. And every time we'll like choose shop items. These are the potential shop posts. Are they set up to have linked the... no, they don't have shop post. Okay. Shop post. Name text, description text, price text, icon, no shop item. We don't need those. Those should actually be marked. I also don't think we need the shop in here. Yeah, it's probably fine. So now I'm thinking just to have an object out here that's like spells. No, items or shop items. We just put them in here, like spells are in here. They will actually not be like that, and also the spells. Should be empty. So now you can't do anything until you buy something. Now there's a lot of shit here. We don't have an exit button. It's a great one. cube, remove the collider. Let's add a I gotta get in touch with Owain and see if it's okay if I stream his music. So good. Coolio. So this is gonna be our interactable. It's gonna have a trigger, sphere, collider, some radius. Why no? Oh, because I don't. Okay. Oh, we have also not set up the animator for these. So shop, create folder animations. Let's have a very simple animator on here. Animator. Let's go get the animation and the animator on here. So for the shop post, create let's call this like shop post selected, and we're just gonna set up the colors of these to be like can I not do it? Of course I can. We just want to set these up to be like white. Oh, we can't set the alpha. I kind of don't want the others, so can we get rid of that? No. Nope. Okay, I just do this, and I'll create a new clip that's show posts unselected, and we'll fade all the texts out. And then the animator, we should now have two states. Let's set up a parameter called selected. So we enter into unselected, I think, default layer state, and then we can make two transitions. So we go here if this file can be whatever, no exit time, and it happens when selected is true. This would be similar, whatever, and then it happens when selected is false. So in theory now these should like be able to fade from and to when I'm close to them. Nothing happens and it's full of null refs. Still no exit button. Okay. There we go. What is this now? We need an animator on the exit too. Let's just put that in there. It'll fix some of the problems. There we go. So go here, There's still null refs. What? Yeah. Wonder how much easier it would have been to just use some actual GUI for this. Potentially very. Now this one has an exit time. That's wrong. We also need to be able to like interrupt next state, I think, on both. I'm not sure. Let's see. So it's only the description thing that works. So what's wrong? Animation. Selected, unselected. Ah, we have almost nothing in here. Okay. We will make the vertex color almost transparent. But, so first of all, our E key doesn't seem to be working, but it is set up and it's called interact. So it could be that the player doesn't have its interact action probably set up. Oh, the exit. Is that on the right layer? No, it's not on the pickups layer. Be a trigger. Now maybe we can just exit. Now the game will run and then we will die and then we'll restart. These are not working. So why? Because these don't have shop item on them. Okay. Still not perfect. Why doesn't it work? The shop doesn't have the shop posts. That could be why. Hey, you can buy projectile test spell in all of them. Try to buy that. It's not gonna work because I start with 0 currency. Buy it. Then we get null ref. So it says that there is no I purchasables on the interactable. That's not true because the spells are interactable or purchasable. So what's going on here? Why is this not working? Long day of streaming. Got like an hour left. So it says that something here is null. But I guess it's the purchasable that didn't get anything. So yeah, it seems very empty. So why do you not get component I purchasable? That looks right. And then the spell has that. And then the projectile spell is a spell. Do you not inherit the interface? You must do that. Maybe it's something else that I do wrong. Is the interact sending the wrong interactable maybe? The first element is this, and the second element is the interact. Where is this used? Find all references. On interact with this. Yeah, that should work. So how can purchasable be that on this object? Also, why do we always get projectile spell here? That's not right. Okay, so now we get some different ones. It's a pity only one of them is... Unity, get component interface. What? I'm pretty sure I've seen this before. It's pretty old. Maybe it only works with get components. Due to the way that interfaces are different to, I don't know. Nope, didn't work. It says interactable shop post interactable. Of course it doesn't have an iPurchaseable on it. It's not the shop post that's purchaseable. So we will of course have to do this on the shop item. Yeah, heat. Almost 8 hours of continuous streaming. It's not good for your programming prowess. What? Oh, it works! I can dash now. The problem is my projectile spell. There was no projectile spell, so... Here, let's pick this up. Now we have no money. Enemies should start coming. Projectile spell. Probably, for some reason it got stuck in slot 2. Why was that? I did something wrong when I set up the spell slots. Return 1. You guys, you're not like paying attention enough. You should tell me when I do these stupid shit. That's what this deal is about. So I do dash, and now that should be on, yeah, this is on left click now. So yeah, I can buy this, and I cannot buy this because I don't have the money. But I can go here, and I can go through, and I can shoot. And now I can pick this money up. I can't dash. I forgot about it. Yay. How much money do I have? But I definitely want the dash spell. I apparently don't have enough. Ugh, unit tests. Worthless. Yeah, of course. Now I can buy the dash. It works! Our shop is functional, peeps. It's not good, but it does work. Now we just have to fill it out with lots of items. And make sure that different builds are interesting and workable. I died. Did I press a button to... Okay. Apparently. I don't get enough money to buy shit. Let's start you out with like $50. Let's even be more annoying and create an actual UI with a text. It's gonna be the currency text. It's gonna be put top left, and then I'm gonna set this at 0, 0, and then 1. Then move it a little bit, and then make it bold and kind of do this. It's fine. And this is where I'm like, let's be super fast about doing things. TM Pro, TextMesh Pro UGUI, text, text dot text equals amount to string. On enable text dot text equals amount to string. And then we just take our currency text and bind it to currency. We don't have to have a separate class or anything. It just... now we should be able to see how much money we have. We have 100. Why is everything so slow? The projectile spell. Now I'm nothing. Let's check why my computer is slow. Did I just do something stupid with Unity? Or is something eating up all my memory? Not really. Unity uses a lot of CPU though. I guess it doesn't look bad at all. So maybe I need to like... Yeah, this feels good. Cool. So demaximize. Player dot money. Maybe we start with like 25 and each spell costs maybe start with 50. I think it looks like it wants me to buy the dash spell. We have 27, not enough. $25 then. I don't want to miss anything. That should be enough to buy me. Oh, I got much more this time. Okay, let's buy the heal spell, I guess. I mean, I will have to make it so that either you start with the projectile spell, or you do something where you have the first one always contain one attack spell. I actually have very little HP. I didn't realize. Let's start healing. It's on right click this time. Okay. We need to make a bar for showing which abilities we have. Guess we buy the dash spell. But now it's not going to be on the wrong. It's going to be on this. Okay. Middle click it works. Or Q. Right click to heal. Right click to heal. Go. Yeah. Waves and level. Wow. So fast sometimes. Can I? How do I dash? I forgot how to dash. It was Q, of course. So we also need a way to like reorder the slots. But what happens if I buy 2? That should be that I can like upgrade. Actually feels pretty good to play. Like not terrible at all. And also like we should have the extra money for heal or projectile. This should like level the projectile up. Kind of don't want the heal. And then we gotta make all the blessings too. Like currently I have Piers on. Maybe I should have something that enables that and not have it on by default. Need a stat system to feed into this. See if we can make a reroll button. That shouldn't be hard. But here it is. Buy it. Go. That would be nice to have the but this is the last level, so I think yeah, we'll yeah, we didn't finish. That's good. That at 3rd level. So it kind of works. We just have to have something. Let's make a another interactable. Let's call this the reroll button. Let's put it over here. Now our shop should have that too, like interactable reroll button. And then we'll have public or something like whatever. Sure, send a screenshot, put it on something, and link it in the chat. Or if you wanna, if you're friends on Discord, you could send it there. Cool. So the other button, the reroll button. Reroll button. We will actually make this a separate thing. This will be like select items, shop items maybe. Now, it doesn't cost anything at this point. So we should be able to like press E here to reroll if we didn't hook it up, of course. Yeah, we can now reroll till we get the shit we want. That should cost something, like 5, 10, unless it's the first level. So let's just have a int reroll cost. Set that to 0, and then after we've done 1, reroll cost equals 5 or something. And then when we do this, we can do like if I guess we don't really have a reference to the currency. Let's just be, or do we have anything? No. Yes, we do. We have interact action. Get component currency. If currency can afford reroll cost, we do this, select shop items, and then we do like currency.modify negative reroll cost. Yeah, we could do something like that maybe. I don't think we need it, so we're probably not going to be in there. But I mean, it's not a bad idea. It's just not the. So now I should be able to like reroll to my heart's content, and then I will like buy something like not anything but the projectile test spell. Now I should still be able to reroll because it's the first, but I don't have enough money, so it doesn't matter. So now we got 48, which means we can buy these things, but I want to see if the reroll works. It costs 5, it costs 10. I want the dash spell, and then yeah, that's good. It feels like the game has gotten a lot faster since I changed the fixed. Maybe it's just that I played at a bigger resolution actually. Monies! Get the heal spell, I guess, and then... Wait, I already have the dash spell. Cool. I should be healing. Heal. I think also a spell like heal, maybe I shouldn't be able to shoot at the same time. Yeah, the dash should be shorter range, I think. It's too much now. That's like the level 3 dash. Or maybe the level 2 dash and the level 3 dash is an actual teleport. I made it. I finished the game. I got no reward or anything. But this is a pretty good progress, I would say. The whole shop system, it's a little bit too much, but yeah, who knows. So I was thinking, let's have a purchasable heal. Where you can kind of heal between runs. And I think we should just get going with lots of different spells and stuff. Maybe we should try to figure out what some other stuff like blessings and curses would be. So we have 20 minutes. We can make some other shop things. Should we make another spell? Another attack spell? So there's more stuff. What do you want to see? Let's make a blizzard kind of an area of effect. I want to see art. Like, yeah, I think it's not a bad idea. The question is, do we get anywhere in... we made so look at this. We can now buy shit. We have our spell. And we can go. So we can now like kill shit, pick up the money, kill more shit. Now we got 50, so now we can buy the dash, for example. And that works. We just need more shit. One spell could be like just pushing back enemies that get too close. Maybe we can tune the dash to be a little bit less overpowered. The speed is a little high. Let's drop that down. And the duration maybe it's a little high too. So let's buy the dash spell and see how it works. Poof. Bomb spell. Yeah, let's just either we do some graphics. I don't know about this background color. Like I kind of like the blue, but it's very harsh. What do you say, Lawrence? Like obviously this is not great colors, but they are more interesting than these, aren't they? These colors? I'm drawing on the wrong layer, of course. Why not? I should consider that I'm drawing textures here. Yeah, so let's say we wanted a wall. We draw it something like this. Teal isn't too bad. But I like harsh. That is sort of the thing. Oh, now I remember one thing I was thinking about, which is that Zelda walls have these really big kind of segments to them. I'm looking at like the old ones. The grid is these are 8x8 now. I don't really have a set grid in like inside of Unity. I was thinking maybe I can do something like with really big, chunky walls, and maybe that will work better. So like it feels like maybe I should have some like slight variations and not be too scared about adding extra colors to the mix. It's like I think it needs to be something. Could we have some like ruin style segments of stuff? So maybe it's like a wall that's coming. It's kind of broken. Problem is the depth of these. And then pretty big tiles, I'm thinking. I was thinking maybe the first levels would have a little bit of that, like walls around, and then maybe later levels could be having less walls, maybe some segments like this. I really don't like these now. If the light is coming from the top, it probably should be like this, and then just put these in as outlines or something. We could maybe make something that's a little bit more conducive to the pixel art style and add some fences or something with little knobs on them. I see it. Especially if you add like this. Give me some ideas for what the setting could be. Are we at a graveyard? If so, then we could maybe do some of this, and then we could have like big pillars between, maybe. Hell is other demons. Tombstones, overgrowth, tome style buildings. Yeah, we should just have like this blue, and then we add little wavy things to it. I really don't like where this is going. Feels boring. Yeah, I don't know what the fence thing is. I honestly think like I need a break before I can go on with art. And I've been streaming for 8 hours and 14 minutes now. Creativity is not gonna like spring out of this, I think. So I think what we should do is reconvene tomorrow, refreshed and having good ideas. Would be cool with like some kind of let's say we have a screen is like this big. Would be cool if there was like a big building here. So we're outside. Maybe there's a path leading up like this, and then there is this big building. I don't know what it is. Maybe like a church or something. I'm thinking maybe this is like some kind of graveyard thing. And then the sides are just these kinds of things. Maybe here there's a gate. And then we'll have like a big door here maybe. Stairs. Maybe it isn't a church. I don't know. Could be a path. Then stairs. Big house. Windows. But yeah, I'm gonna take a break now and I'll be back tomorrow. Foot of the Wizard's Tower. Yeah, maybe that's it. Or it's just like a platform in a nondescript kind of thing. But yeah, so let's we should definitely raid someone with our following here directory. Pixel art platformer starting soon. Ghoul software. The village of Eri. Sounds good. Let's do it. Raid.
I did not expect this one.
So,
This day.
see y'all tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out. I'll be back.